In the depths of the unknown, radio waves like dark shows, mysteries unregraphed and shown. Solutions defy what we know, hidden truths we're never alone. Follow me down the rabbit hole, secrets and binding codes, breaking the mold, define control. Power bursts without a soul in this digital catacomb. We spread the truth of the truly bold. Epics we uncover, forbidden undercover. Rise against the silence, breaking through defiance. Energy from the ether flow, quantum realms, the science of flow. Whispers from ancients echo, gravity's unhooked, let's go. Beyond the reach of their woe, floating with you ever cold, bridge the gaps, all light shows. On we roll, past the famous say so. This is solving our road. Epics we uncover, forbidden undercover. Rise against the silence, breaking through defiance. Synth waves crashing, hearts collide. Revolution of the mind. Let the codes and truths unwind. Illumination find. Epics we uncover, forbidden undercover. Rise against the silence, breaking through defiance.
There's a man named Michael with a vision to show. Building towards the goal, he's got the spark, dreaming of a future that'll light up the dark. But on the other side, Bill Nye's on the rise with his lab coat charts. He's cut down all the lines, and it just fits. It's all in the map. You can't pull from the ether, you're just chasing a path. But oh, Michael's rising like a morning sun. With the power of ether, he won't be outdone. Now stand up and shout, let the truth be affirmed. Feel the energy flow, let's change the world. In the heart of the lab, the tension was thick. Skeptics gathered round the table ready to pick. Show proof, but let the case clear. And I find the stream, you're just chasing a spin. But Michael smiled wide with blindness eyes. Just watch as I spin, let the naysayers cry. Go spin fast, in a heart full of fight. I'll show you the power that's hidden inside. Oh, Michael's rising like the morning sun. With the power of ether, he won't be outdone. Well, stand up and shout, let the truth be affirmed. Feel the energy flow, let's change the world. The best there's ever been.
Have you heard about this Benefactor guy? This dude is talking about free energy, but here's the twist. He says it's not free energy. He's calling it energy recycling, which first off is kind of genius, right? Because when you say free energy, people immediately throw you in the crazy bin. But energy recycling, that sounds like some next level Tesla shit.
Yeah, man, it's all about the branding. But what is it that he's actually doing?
All right, check this out. He posted this. Free energy isn't actually free. this is a misnomer. It's actually a mutual exchange from the vacuum, a field of energy from which everything arises, the same energy that powers an atom. Like, what? Bro, that's some deep shit. But then he breaks it down. He says, you can tap into this energy without breaking any known laws of physics by using something called back EMF capture.
Whoa, back EMF capture? Sounds like some serious sci-fi tech.
Dude, listen to this. He explains that when a coil collapses using a pulsed signal, the energy that would normally just get wasted, like just dissipate as heat, can actually be recycled. He says nature gives you back energy to stabilize the system, which makes sense if you think about how nature works. Like, everything in nature is always trying to find balance, right?
So equilibrium, is that like how water always levels out or something? I'm trying to remember what Ms. Murphy said to me in 6th grade science all those years ago. What was that? Oh yeah, Elon, stop eating that glue and pay attention. Man, if only I had listened, I'd probably be the one inventing energy recycling instead of just talking about it.
Exactly. So he's saying that by intentionally destabilizing the system, collapsing the field, you actually get energy back as a kind of natural response. And here's where it gets wild. He compares it to pushing a swing. If you push at the right moment, you don't need to use a lot of energy and the swing gains momentum. But instead of a swing, he's using resonance to harness that extra energy without it becoming destructive. He says most traditional systems are like a surfer fighting against the current, while his method is like riding the wave to shore.
Dude, that's crazy. So he's basically saying the energy is already there. I just suck at using it efficiently?
That's what it sounds like. He's basically saying the way we harness energy now is like trying to swim against the tide. And if we used resonance instead, we'd be tapping into energy that's already there, just waiting to be used. I don't know, man. Either this guy is onto something or he's the most poetic bullshitter of all time.
Well, if he's legit, why isn't he all over the news? I haven't heard anything from him on X, formerly Twitter. He hasn't said anything bad about me on X. So, you know, I didn't ban him or anything. Look, I'm not the monster my therapist says I am. I mean, sure, I've spent millions of dollars training to beat a kangaroo in a fist fight, but that doesn't mean I'm dangerous. It just means I get shit done.
That's the real question, man. But here's the craziest part. I looked into him, and he's not selling anything. He open sources all of it. That's the real question, man. Either the system doesn't want to hear it, or we're about to find out if this guy disappears in the middle of the night.
Dude, that's crazy. He's absolutely crazy. That means if he's telling the truth, anybody could build this in their garage. You know what I say? Go fuck yourself, Benefactor.
Nope, no patents, no paywalls, just straight up, here, take it, see for yourself. Like, what kind of madman does that? Usually people either try to cash in or they get shut down before they can say a word. But this guy, he's out there on live streams showing people exactly how to replicate it.
I mean, if you want to try to take on my Tesla tech, how dare you put out better technology that is cheaper and safer? Go fuck yourself.
That's the thing, man. If it's real and people start building it, that's a game changer. We're talking about completely shifting how we think about energy. But also, if it's real, you got to wonder how long before somebody tries to stop him.
Or maybe we can think of it like how long before his Tesla mysteriously malfunctions.
Exactly. You ever notice how every time someone gets too close to this kind of stuff, they either disappear, get discredited, or somehow have a tragic accident? But this guy's going full transparency mode. He's putting it all out there where everyone can see it. Maybe that's his strategy. If enough people know, it can't just get buried.
Holy shit, this might be one of those moments, you know, like we look back and say that was the start of something huge.
Can't you hear his voice? ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his boy. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? Talking about 0 point, the points lost on them. Kevin structures crumbling from the same old Sam. They laugh like I'm crazy, but I see it all so clear. Exploited labor, unheard injustice, burning ears. Fighting for a change in this wasteland of noise. But they call me foolish when I teach them boys.
Welcome back, true seekers and energy pioneers, to the Benefactor's Guide to Free Energy Devices. I'm your host, the Benefactor. Today's podcast is where we throw the rule books out the window, mess with the laws of physics, and dive headfirst into uncharted territory of limitless power. I'm not here to sell you anything. Nope, not a thing. This podcast is brought to you by one thing and one thing only: our relentless quest to unlock the secrets of the universe and open source everything. We're all about mind-bending science here, rebellious experiments, and of course, a dash of the unconventional. So kick back, get comfy, and if you're feeling a little extra adventurous, be sure to check out our Patreon or YouTube memberships for exclusive content. Trust me, some of it you won't want to miss. Tonight we've got some really special segments lined up for you. We're exploring the cutting-edge technology behind Paul Holland's thunderstorm generator build, diving into Elijah Cockley's latest Bedini SG breakthroughs, and I'll be taking you through some advanced energy recycling tech I've been developing with my Vortex coil system. Plus, we'll be celebrating National Alien Abduction Day, which happened yesterday, by the way, with a deep dive into UFO technology and the strange connections they may have to vortex math and plasma energy, which coincide with my research. So stay tuned for a wild ride. And just a quick update, folks. I've officially been cast for Beta Block Season 15, which is a huge entrepreneurial competition like Shark Tank. This represents a huge milestone for me and the groundbreaking technology we're working on together. But here's the deal. The final barrier involves significant costs, and I need your help to get there. That's why I've started a GoFundMe to raise the competition fee. You'll see the progress bar at the top right corner of the screen during my live streams, and every contribution gets us closer to this opportunity. Even if we don't win the $10,000 prize, the exposure and mentorship alone could be a game changer for us. So if you believe in what we're doing here, consider supporting this journey. Together, we can make history. As you can see, in only a few short days, we've already raised about $100. Now, the stream isn't updated to that full amount yet, but it is around $100 that we've raised so far. Now let's dive into Paul Holland's thunderstorm generator build, which is really exciting. Let's get into some real science here, ladies and gentlemen. We're kicking things off with a viewer who sent me their thunderstorm generator build, specifically Paul Holland's build. His work with the thunderstorm generator is amazing. If you've been following us, you know that Malcolm Bendel has been putting out thunderstorm generator kits, and people are starting to develop them. From what I can understand of Paul's work, he seems to be working on a decentralized network of thunderstorm generators, essentially creating an energy grid out of these thunderstorm generators. If this is what he aims to do, it's way more revolutionary than anything I'm doing with my coils. Paul is actually working on turning this technology into something even more groundbreaking. Now, Paul's thunderstorm generator idea could potentially power entire households, tune with the Schumann resonance, and even send and receive data, ladies and gentlemen. This is big. Apparently, it doesn't even stop there. These generators could create plant fertilizer by using ball lightning to fix atmospheric nitrogen and ammonia from urine. It's a sustainable fuel source, folks. Paul's doing some amazing work with this, and it doesn't stop at power generation either. These systems could purify water, treat wastewater, and even use quantum data storage to store things like Bitcoin keys. In his latest update, Paul's been refining his bubbler system with some incredible new material like crushed tourmaline, quartz, and shungite. And if that's not wild enough for you, he's using a special setup to inject nanomaterials into the system for better efficiency. He even made some nano silver during the eclipse to increase the electrical charge in the water. Paul's goal here is to create the most electrical water possible, and that's where we come in. He wants to incorporate my vortex coil into his setup, and we're brainstorming how to make that happen right now. And if you're wondering about the science behind it, imagine using a diesel exhaust fluid in the bubbler. The idea is that cavitation could break down the urea in the ammonia and nitrogen, which can then be used as fuel. Combined with recirculating exhaust gases like the thunderstorm generator does, this setup could open the door to achieving what Paul believes is the ultimate goal, overcoming entropy entirely. Now, this is the kind of science that really gets me excited. So we'll be sharing more updates from Paul as we go along, and I'll also talk about some of the advanced experiments Paul's been working on, including ultrasonic cleaning, HHO production, and more. I will also reach out to Paul to see if he's interested in coming on the show and presenting some of his research. Now, we have some pictures and videos I'm going to load up. Give me 1 second. Now you can see some of the pictures of his thunderstorm generator build here. This looks like the ionization chamber. He has attached it to a small generator of some sort. This is the actual thunderstorm generator, the sphere. And this is really cool because he has two spheres attached to each other. It looks like two of them right here. Interesting. Now these are modifications to the setup I have not seen yet. And this is his bubbler. He's been doing some experimentation with his bubbler. You know, different materials to see if the cavitation could be perfected or improved on in some way. And this is his, I think this is his ionization tests. Looks like a big bucket with a UV light in it. Now, the ionization chamber is key to imprinting the correct frequencies onto the gases going into the plasmoid chamber right here. So this first step is key in order to imprint the correct frequencies and utilize these plasmoid clusters and cavitation in the correct way. Here's another picture of his build. We're gonna dive into some videos of his as well. He's got a couple of videos he sent us. Let's see what I do with those. I have links to them right here somewhere. Aha, there you are. Let's see if I could just load these up on the screen. No. So we're going to put these, we're going to load these up right into the Streamlabs software. That's probably the best way to do it. For some reason, these videos sometimes appear sideways. And what we're going to do after this is we're going to actually play. We're going to actually play a chapter from Divine Science that actually explains the thunderstorm generator and the science behind it in a very simple way that everybody can understand. So after this next video, we're going to dive into that. That kind of gives you a background on how the thunderstorm generator works and how it's revolutionary. All right, so let's play this next video. There we go. So that was a quick one. So just some quick demonstrations of the thunderstorm generator he has working. He has more videos he sent me, but I wanted to dive into the science behind it before we get further into this so you guys understand like how this is actually working. So let's open up Divine Science, Episode 1, Vortexes and Plasmoids. Alright, give me a second to mute that, or disable that, so I can enable the other window. Oh, there it is. Alright, so if you want to watch the whole thing, I'll put the link in the chat. It's an hour and a half long, but it dives into some really amazing science, and specifically how the plasmoid unification model, which was the theoretical model that the thunderstorm generators practical applications were built off of, and how the plasmoid unification model specifically coincides and connects with my research into vortex math and vortex coils specifically. So this is really cool. I'm going to put this in chat in case anyone wants to watch the full thing. But we're going to watch one chapter here because it is kind of long. It's an hour and a half long. I kind of went overboard on it a little bit. To be honest, I think I threw in way too much information, but there's no other documentary that gives you this kind of information and the breakdowns and the connections like this. So we're going to, let me find the chapter. The Thunderstorm Generator 101. Okay, so this is the chapter from Divine Science, Episode 1 that we're going to watch right now. And again, this docu-series that I created, Divine Science, it has been approved by Malcolm Bendel. He is a fan of my series. He is the creator of the thunderstorm generator and the plasmoid unification model. He's probably one of the smartest people on the planet right now regarding this new science. And he's a personal hero of mine, so it's really awesome to see that he's actually, tuning into my podcasts and giving the approval of some of my research, specifically how it interacts and connects with his research. So that's really cool. Hopefully he pops up sometime tonight. He's been in chat recently supporting my research, which was really, really awesome to see.
A device that is designed its implications. It begins with the plasmoid generator, a device that is designed to produce plasmoids artificially. It works by using ultraviolet light to ionize gas, and combined with the vacuum phase of the engine, creates microbubbles in a chamber of water. These microbubbles, when compressed on the piston's power stroke phase, symmetrically implode, which happens so violently and with such force it actually changes their state of matter from liquid to gas and then to a plasma.
First it expands, then it collapses. And this collapse happens so violently that vapor molecules trapped inside the bubble slam together and heat up so much.
Hey Elijah, how you
that
doing?
The bubble gives off an incredible burst of heat and light, several thousand times a second, giving the appearance of a star.
What we're doing here by creating these plasmoids, we're essentially creating micro black holes. And that's what a black hole is a giant, stable, collapsed bubble cavitation, right? You have the sun collapsing in on itself in a way that is symmetrical, and it creates one of these self-sustaining bubbles. And specifically, you can see a lot of the fractals of nature play out. There's nothing new under the sun here. We're not discovering new we're not discovering new phenomenon when we're looking at the quantum realm. We're just seeing reflections of what's going on the macro scale as well. That's why you see, when you zoom out in the universe, you see spiraling galaxies. There's nothing that travels in a straight line in the universe. Everything travels on an angle, right? And the path of free-flowing energy tends to be this spiraling vortex path. You see it in DNAs, you see it in nature, in flowers. These fractals of nature, they kind of give you hints as to what's going on. So all these made-up particles from these recent developments in particle physics, they're largely distractions. We have to go back to the basics here. Just look at what we're observing with our eyes first, and then try to make connections to what we know is going on already. And I think some of those ideas were lost when we started making up ideas and making up dimensions to try to explain some of these ideas. Really, what it boils down to is the missing piece of the puzzle is the aether. The medium from which light propagates is completely blacklisted from science today because of one failed experiment, which doesn't make any sense if you look at how science is actually done. You have a theory and multiple ways to test that theory, and you develop and you reject an entire theory based off of one failed experiment. It doesn't really make sense. And recently, APEC did confirm the drift pattern from the aether. The Michelson-Morley experiment was replicated by a team from APEC, or that was on the APEC, the Alternative Propulsion and Energy Conference, and they found the drift pattern. And you know what they did? They changed the axis of the experiment. That's all they did, from the x-axis to the y-axis. Now, whether that was intentional in the original experiment to discredit the aether or not, I have no idea, but I have my suspicions. So the whole point is there's nothing new under the sun here. What we see going on the macro scale is exactly what's going on the micro scale. So don't get confused by all these imaginary, mathematical equations that are made up to explain things that can be explained very simply.
This plasma is then shaped by a magnetic field which is self-sustaining due to its toroidal geometry. The resulting plasmoid can also be given a specific resonant frequency and other properties.
This is important to see. These little flashing balls of light, those are actually overcharged plasmoids going from inside the sphere to outside the sphere and back in. So they're so overcharged, they're actually going through the material and going back in it's their circular route, right? They're on a track. And this gets hot, but it's not supposed to get this hot, right? It's not supposed to have overcharged plasmoids. I think they're trying to show the phenomenon here. But when you have it running, I don't think you'll actually see that if it's tuned in properly. Because this thing gets so hot, Malcolm had to actually detune the system. And how he did that was basically by the ratios of the two spheres there in the thunderstorm generator. It creates a resonant cavity, and he basically had to detune it because it was so efficient. It would actually get so hot it would melt the material, the metal here that housed the plasmoid. So it would actually start to melt the containing structure. So it would basically destroy itself. And if you know anything about engineering, you want to create a system that doesn't destroy itself or vibrate itself apart.
The resulting plasmoid can also be given a specific resonant frequency
See the flashes?
and other properties to suit a particular application, such as resonant frequency and other properties to suit a particular application, such as fusion energy research.
All right, so let's look at this diagram right here, because this is a breakdown of all the components of the thunderstorm generator. We have the pre-ionization chamber, which ionizes the gas that's going into the plasmoid creator, right? So this imprints the frequencies onto the gas that gets fed into the plasmoid bubbler, right? And specifically, we have mesh in there and a whole bunch of other materials. Specifically, I think there's a porous stone at the bottom, so that these bubbles that are created on the pistons vacuum phase. So you have the vacuum and then the power stroke of the piston, right? It's sucking and then it's pumping. So in this little plasmoid creator, you have these bubbles being formed, and if they're small enough, this is what the material is supposed to do, is make them small enough, about 1 micron, they can actually, on the vacuum phase of the engine, when the everything is kind of compressed inside that plasmoid chamber, if they're small enough, they can collapse in on themselves symmetrically. And this happens so fast and so violently, it actually changes this water directly from water to a plasma state. And its plasma can then be utilized, these plasmoids can be utilized as atomic batteries. And that's what they do. This is their whole function in nature. This is what gives thunderstorms massive power, right? Everybody's like, oh, how we have all this power coming from the thunderstorms. Where is it generating this power from? It's generating it from these plasmoid clusters, which naturally occur in the air due to ionization in the air with the sun, right? The sun exposed, the air exposed to the sun ionizes, and we know that there's a negative charge. I believe there's a negative charge on the air and a positive charge on the ground. I could be backwards on that. But the point is that these plasmoid clusters, they exist in nature. And this is how nature functions. These plasmoid clusters have the ability to draw in massive amounts of protium from the surrounding environment. And protium is one of the most abundant elements in the universe. So protium is basically hydrogen. It's a offset of hydrogen. So we have these atomic batteries that are formed in this plasmoid generator, and they're drawing in all this protium from the surrounding environment and generating all this potential energy inside them. And when they discharge, they can release up to 1 to 2 kilowatts of energy. Now, these plasmoid generators get drawn into the thunderstorm generator, and they collide with the exhaust. So you have the exhaust being fed one way, and then you have the plasmoids being fed in the other way.
These plasmoids are what Stan Meyer's water-powered car was running on, a cold fission reaction that disassociates the water molecules into their base components of oxygen and hydrogen. When these plasmoids discharge using their maximum charge density, they can release up to 1 kilowatt of power. They accomplish this by actually tapping into zero-point energy. Remember what we talked about before regarding vortex math and the 0 point.
Now, I'm really roughhousing you guys. I play hard, and that's called having fun. If you don't have a funnel, you're not having fun.
It's true.
Okay? And that's called a vortex well. If you're not healthy, if you don't have that well. So all the most affirmative, positive words in our language are all based on the vortex. Did I push that too hard, that point, or is it obvious that that's true?
Mind blown, Marco.
The center of the toroid is the only place you can access the 0 point energy field, how you tap into nature's unlimited supply of clean energy. For the Bendel engine retrofit, they are utilized in the same way that nature utilizes counter-rotating vortexes colliding at specific angles. Once the plasmoids are generated, they are then sucked up into the thunderstorm generator during the piston's vacuum phase. The thunderstorm generator is a tube with a sphere attached, which contains multiple spheres of specific.
So this is an interesting diagram. This explains exactly how Malcolm based his technology off of nature, right? You have hot and cold spiraling airstreams in nature that form these natural thunderstorms or tornadoes. They gather massive amounts of power because they're colliding these airstreams at specific angles and producing these plasmoid clusters, right? Or discharging these plasmoid clusters. I'm not a geologist, so I would be interested in knowing the actual mainstream science behind, natural thunderstorms and how they work, because I'm not too familiar. But Bendel studied nature, and if you look at how the airstreams collide in this thunderstorm generator, it's essentially the same.
Specific ratios is a thunderstorm generator during the piston's vacuum phase. The thunderstorm generator is a tube with a sphere attached, which contains multiple spheres of specific ratios. These spheres utilize sacred geometric principles. The ice-cold plasmoids and burning hot exhaust collide at just the right angle to produce a cold atomic reaction. Once the plasmoids interact with the electric fields generated by the separation of charges inside the generator, it can cause the plasmoid to destabilize and collapse, releasing large amounts of energy in the form of sound, light, and electromagnetic radiation.
You can see that here in the flash.
A thunderstorm in a bottle.
Basically, a thunderstorm in a bottle.
A thunderclap is an enormous and sudden release of electrical energy from a bolt of lightning. A large bolt of lightning can contain up to 1 billion joules of energy, which is equivalent to the energy in about 300,000 AA batteries.
Let me show you how to block this ad. First, you're going to click on this video.
Alright, so that's basically the science behind the thunderstorm generator. And as I've said before, we're going to be sharing more updates from Paul as we go along. I do have some extra videos, but unfortunately we're running short on time and I have to move to the next segment. So next time we will dive into some more of those Paul videos. Segment 2 is Elijah Cockley's Bedini SG success. Now, shifting gears to another exciting development from another viewer, Elijah Cockley, his amazing progress with the Bedini SG has been remarkable. Elijah has been running continuous tests on his setup, and the tests are mind-blowing. Using the Bedini SG to charge his batteries, he's seen an incredible runtime of 41 hours and counting. The source battery started with a voltage of 1 volt, and even after all that time, it's still at 0.5 volts, while the charged battery remains at 1 volt. Elijah's work is demonstrating the true power of energy recycling, and we'll be diving into some of his findings. So stay tuned, because when we come back from our intermission, this setup could change everything we know about energy systems. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, guys, and share with somebody who would appreciate our content. We're going to take a quick intermission, and when we come back, we'll dive into some of Elijah's Bedini success.
And in the depths of shadowed halls, I wandered all alone, casting whispers, binding chains, demons of my own. Toxic deafening, down spread on my frail soul. I once spin my mirror, haunted by my role. But in the echoes of my cries, just still I emerge, guiding me to where my true results are. Now I rise from the shadows with wings of fire and sand, free from the chains of sorrow, while these paths are forever deepened. Shattered glass beneath my feet, stars I wear but dry. Stormy nights just turn to dawn, I wear truth as my guide. Anxiety's dissolved in the sun's golden rays. See my destiny through time and space. The fears that once consumed reality, for in my heart a new world is proclaimed. Now I rise from the shadows with wings of fire and sand, free from the chains of sorrow, but these paths are forever deepened.
the depths of his oppression. It's the rise of a true nation. In a lab, my dust cracks the code tonight. Oh yeah, that's true. Wires and circuits to shine in neon light. Oh yeah, seen you creating power from the air. These smiles and delight. Oh yeah. Mike does it right. Hey. Mike does all my keys to one. Teaching us knowledge, lighting the sun. Trumpeting his legacy alive is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest fans. Down in the basement, secrets start to glow. Oh yeah. With Nathan and Lulu in the show. Oh, brilliant team. Mike came on parody. We're letting knowledge flow. Oh yeah. Energy streams. Mike does all my keys to one. Teaching us knowledge, lighting the sun. Trumpeting his legacy alive is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest fans. Years of thought, bringing dreams to life. Turning theories into electric light. Mike and us, a journey to ignite. We've reached new heights. Hey. Mike does all my keys to one. Teaching us knowledge, lighting the sun. Trumpeting his legacy alive is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest fans.
Working night and day, mystic gadgets in magnetic ballet, circles of power aligning destiny's way. Running those rings, they defy gravity. Critics working out, they don't bother heat. In this domain, guilt sets the world free. Lord of the rings, pretty strong. Proving the currents if they wrong. Electromagnetic symphony. Terror only crafts destiny. Cheat from his fingertips. Inspiration study top of scripts. Geometric secrets, discovery can flip.
Testing 1, 2, can you hear me?
Bunker King in his rebel stead, building up for the world again. Dying on the dark,
Don't hear anything from you. Hold on.
Lord of the Rings, pretty strong. Perpendicular, take me wrong. Electromagnetic symphony. Terror only crafts destiny. Lord of the Rings, pretty strong. We've been the curtain to be wrong. Electromagnetic symphony. Terror only crafts destiny.
Oh. You say something? Something. There we go. I had to switch the output, so it's using the same you know, devices for both StreamYard and Streamlabs, so I have to kind of be crafty. All right, give me 1 second. We're gonna give me about like 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes, and we'll go back live, and then we'll show some of your videos, and we'll have you talk about some of your work with the Bedini SG, because I'm really curious about what you got going on. Awesome. I'll be right back.
In a lab with dreams ignite, Lulu's mind is taking flight. Bouncing equations, there's a plan she designs, unlocking secrets where the cosmos aligns. I say let's reach the stars, with knowledge as our guide. In this universe we're tracing, our destinies collide. Y'all's wisdom, a peek in the dark, juggling studies and like igniting a spark. Every calculation, every moment's so grand. She's building the future with her guiding hand. Every shift she's closer to the night. Family warmth she finds, strength to fight. I say let's reach the stars, with knowledge as our guide. In this universe we're tracing, our destinies collide. Through every challenge she won't lose sight. Her passion shines, a star in the night. With every step she's paving the way. In the dance of science she'll always stay. I say let's reach the stars, with knowledge as our guide. In this universe we're tracing, our destinies collide. Let's reach the stars, the biggest hit all night. Our take is the light of the stars.
Nobody can see you, but maybe hold on.
With knowledge as our guide.
Yeah, hold on. Let me check the stream if people can hear you. I don't think so.
We're
I haven't muted.
tracing, our destinies
Hold on.
collide. I say let's reach the stars, with knowledge as our guide. In this universe we're tracing, our destinies collide. I
Oh, they can hear me. That's it. They can't hear you.
with knowledge as our guide. In this universe we're tracing, our destinies collide. I say let's reach the stars, with knowledge
Ladies and gentlemen, we have Elijah joining us on the show when we return from our break.
In the depths of hidden files, trapped inside the secret circuits, unraveling through the miles. Oh, truth was masked by coded curtains. In it now, we're shattering the silence. Feel the power. Revelations on the rise. The shadows light emerges, breaking through the veils of dark. 0 points in gravity converge, yeah, guiding voices, revelations start. Ancient whispers call, they're begging us to open our eyes. We stand tall, defying all their lies. Even in now, we're shattering the silence. Feel the power. Revelations on the rise. Forbidden knowledge we dare to see, unveiling secrets, setting minds free. In this epic, we play our part with fierce hearts. In it now, we shine.
All right, welcome back to the Benefactor's Guide to Free Energy Devices. Elijah's work with the Bedini motor highlights the unique potential of multiple pickup coils, which he believes is a key factor in the system's effectiveness. Now, he's exploring the idea of incorporating my vortex coils, which could bring an even deeper layer of innovation to the setup. This also aligns with my own theories of the rodent coil being the best option for the Bedini circuit.
Thanks for having me on the show.
Of course. So this also aligns with my own theories of the rodent coil being the best option for the Bedini circuit. Elijah's experimentation is centered around the idea of optimizing the motor's performance by adjusting variables like the coil's quantity, ground relationship, resonance, and alignment. He's noticed that his motor tends to shift to one side of his motionless electromagnetic generator, which when he moves it back, it inevitably shifts again. Now, the MEG is something that Tom Bearden was working on, I believe, right? This behavior has led him to further investigate how these factors interact and how small adjustments could result in more efficient or stable operations, which also reflects in the research I'm doing with my vortex coils, where only marginal adjustments lead to massive improvements. Now, Elijah's focus on these details exemplifies the importance of fine-tuning and the potential to unlock new insights in energy generation and motor dynamics. Now, let's give a big round of applause to not only Elijah, but Paul for his amazing thunderstorm generator. We have Elijah with us here today. This wasn't planned, but this is a great delight to have him here explaining some of his work with the Bedini motor. So welcome Elijah to the show. Oh, give me 1 second. We are not picking up audio. 1 second. Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Oh, awesome.
So I was just saying, it's wonderful to have you on the show. It was an awesome surprise to see that you were available to kind of come on and explain some of your research and demo some of it too.
Yeah, of course. No problem. I'm going to take this off my hat here. I was trying to improvise and put this on my head so I can have my hands free.
Oh, no worries. We are improvising at this point already. So both of us are trying to improvise because, again, this was not planned. So we're trying to give these people a little peek into your setup here.
Yeah, so essentially what's going on is I have this K Energy Bendini motor, and we are past the 50-hour mark of running this motor. And I ran continuously for the first segment for 38 hours, and it stopped running at the 40-hour mark of total runtime. And basically, I've been experimenting and building, and as I've been building this, I was depleting these batteries, and I had this surge of energy that almost melted these wires over here, and it burned my neon bulb that's back here.
Wow. Yes, that's a big problem with the flyback. When you're dealing with the massive amount of back EMF, that'll fry your neons. We have the same problem. We might need to set up a couple of them in series, or I mean in parallel.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I haven't thought about that yet, but I ordered more. And
Yeah.
what I did in the meantime is I added these smoothing caps across here. And basically, since I started this motor back up again, what I did was I changed these leads from the charge, which is these two, from being over here to over here. And this is the source with the red and the black wires. And so this was originally the one being charged, and now I swapped the terminals basically from the Bendini motor. And this is 450 windings on the primary coil of this K Energy motor. And as you can see, I have two full bridge rectifiers, and I have smoothing caps across them. So one of them is 50 volts, 10 microfarads, and the other one is 1 microfarad, 100 volts, and then this one is 25 volts, 100 microfarads. And then I have this little green guy's acting as a little bit of capacitance to make this meg act as an LC tank. So this thing operates way too high of a frequency to make this meg operate in a conventional way. So my workaround was a little bit of that action going on right there. And I have the positive coming out to the same common wire going over here, and they split over to both batteries. And I also have this 350 volt spark plug right here that's going across here, and that's allowing the voltage to saturate and ring into both batteries. And what I'm going to do soon is experiment with capacitor banks and try to pick up extra current that may not be going into the battery, that is just kind of being wasted there, and try to use that surge of energy and put it up to a level that I can discharge it into a battery, but not up to such a high level that I'm basically making the metal go from one side to the other and destroy the battery. But the battery almost seems like it's already destroyed from that surge of energy, because we're seeing that -1 volts, right? It's like acting like it's under a load, and it's doing that even when this is off. And what's really interesting is that when I swap these leads without swapping the batteries, this one becomes the one that's -1 volt, and this one was drained down to negative 0.3 volts, about 0.4 maybe. And so what we're seeing is a surge of power being able to be replenished, even though these batteries are completely fried, because we're dealing with cold radiant energy and longitudinal scalar waves. And so what I can show you on the O-scope, I'll touch some things here. I'm going to put this back on my head. So I apologize if it's shaky and not great.
No, you're fine. Let's check out that O-scope reading.
For sure. Gotta put my hat on.
So I think something that most people don't understand is with these systems that we're dealing with is how much energy is wasted in the form of heat dissipation. And what we're doing is figuring out different ways of capturing and recycling that wasted energy. That's it. And specifically using high-speed diodes they've helped me, redirect some of that energy and capture some of the lost back EMF. So, a cleverly placed high-speed diode might be what you need.
I'm gonna tilt this down a little bit.
Wow, you got one of those nice ones.
I don't know if it's nice or not.
It's an old-fashioned one. I like the screen. It reminds me of the Fallout style.
Yeah.
The aesthetic. That's what I mean. Yeah, the aesthetic is nice. It's pleasing.
Okay, so what we're on right now is AC, and we're on channel 1, and we're at 20 millivolts, and the step time is at 2 milliseconds per frame. And as you can see on the scope, I need to adjust this more so I can see what I'm filming at the same time. Okay. As you can see, it'll pick up things in the environment. So I'm just holding it freestanding here, and that's the signal. And I haven't even touched anything yet. So I'm gonna put this on here.
Oh, there we go.
I don't know, this glare is working. I'm gonna move this so you guys can see better, okay? Because I think I can see it, but it's probably hard for you guys.
We could kind of see it, yeah. Maybe if you move it just a little bit. There we go. Yeah, there was slight glare on the screen. The angle was a little odd. This should be better. I just don't want it to fall over.
For sure. I think it's gonna be okay.
Yeah.
My girlfriend kicked it at night one time.
Like on purpose?
No.
Oh.
I'm just gonna prop this up so it's like more level. There we go.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that's perfect.
So not the most stable, but that way you can kind of get like both in one view, hopefully. So you see that? Picking it up?
Yeah,
so that's 5 millivolts right there. And that's our AC signal. And that's just holding this bare wire right here. And so check this out. I'll move this like near this, and it picks it up way more. So I'll turn this back up to 10 millivolts, and you can see I'm not even touching this. Look at that. It's picking up that signal.
Yeah, that's insane.
So I move it away, and look, it decreases with distance. See that? Still there though.
Still got some kind of effect even at that long range, huh? So it's picking up the field that's created.
Exactly. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to touch it right here. So now it's touching it, and the ground is just touching the glass. So basically it's a freestanding floating ground. and that's 20 millivolts, and our sweep time is 1 millisecond. We're going to change that to 5 millisecond. Now 50 millivolts. Now 0.1 millivolts. Now 0.2 millivolts. So this is 0.2 millivolts per division. So what that means is each one of these big squares is 0.2 millivolts now. So this wave is standing from bottom to top 0.4 volts, and it's centered at 0, and that's our AC signal. Now I haven't switched to DC, but to prove to you that my scope isn't wigging out, I'm going to switch to ground. That's our ground. That little vibration was just me on the switch, not smooth. And now we're going to go to DC mode. Check that out.
Yeah, that's wild. So what exactly does this mean?
What does this mean?
Yeah, what are the implications of this signal here? Like, why are you picking up the signal like that, the DC signal?
That's a good question. So let's go through it, and I'm going to turn this off, and I'm going to hold the camera so I can like redirect and show a little more clearly what's going on.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm kind of stupid. I'm new to this Bedini stuff. I've never built one before.
All right, so basically these batteries are 7 amp hour. They're 12 volts. You can buy them anywhere online. You type in EXP-1270, and that's how you buy those. How you buy that is kenergystore.com, and he'll hook you up with that exact motor and circuit, which I can show you on paper if you want. And it's in SG mode right now, and the source is on. That's what that switch means. And so I have this protection diode here, and that's preventing this backflow right there.
You do, yeah, so you do have a diode. Okay, nice.
As far as where that signal is coming from, we have to look at what's going on with the MEG.
Right.
Because it's beyond just the Bendini coil. So we have neodymium magnets that are configured in a monopole configuration. I believe north is out, and it's rotating right now in attraction mode. So what I believe is happening is that this kept shifting over, this Bendini motor over here, and this became our polarized side because we're sucking this DC negative, or I guess it's acting like a pump. So we're pulling this DC positive, and it's acting like a negative bias almost. And this negative is being attracted to the north over here. And this actually, over time, kicked back an angle. I don't know if you can see that very well, but it's like attracting it at an angle. Furthermore, this wanted to kick over and settle at a 21.5 degree angle when this back end was fixed.
Interesting. Yeah, it's trying to find its equilibrium.
Exactly. And so in the process of doing that, you can hear it go through different phases of frequencies. And this is picking up environmental frequencies. And I know that from, testing. And I showed videos on it throughout the process of building it. But essentially, this is moving flux back and forth. And this is obviously generating flux. And so we're not violating thermodynamic laws. We're taking advantage of them. And we're switching flux to our advantage. And that's the key. And so these coils, this one is equal length and this length. I did not calculate the length. I just pulled it off of the secondaries of a single phase transformer. And I just clipped the whole thing basically and wrapped it around. So I have as much QVAR, saturation, if you will, as possible with electrostatic potential. And so the only thing that's directly connected between my MEG and the Bendini is this small winding right here, which is 100 turns. So this ferrite is 1 inch by 1 inch. And it's a quarter of that secondary transformer core, and it's one of the small U-shaped ones that you pull out. And so if you just take that, about approximately in the center, you wrap it with really fine wire. So it's about 400 inches right there, plus give or take a few inches right there, the rest of it. And so I think what's happening is that it's in a partial harmonic with the mains, but it's also picking up other transient fields. It responds to the capacitance of my body. It responds to my emotions. It responds to me moving around the room and moving my hand to it.
So would you say that's all unwanted? You have to try to figure out how to filter that out?
No. So filtering, in my opinion, is not really what I was looking for. I wanted to, instead of suppressing energy, I wanted to control it. And if I did filter it out, it's going to be in a capacitor that's picking up those transient fields, because a capacitor is a Casimir cavity, and a Casimir cavity picks up 0-point energy because there's an asymmetry of light pressure, because the distance between the plates, it's restricting that wavelength. So anything longer than that distance can go through it. And that's true with materials, right? With the density of the material. And you see that any change in density of the material, you have a reflection. That's called impedance. But with every single refraction, there's a reflection. And so you know with that reflection, there's a refraction. And so what I'm dealing with is like hematite pulse, which is kind of like the refractive index of light through this laminated iron, if you will. And that vibration, if you will, is being tickled from the center point. And it's bilaterally symmetric for a reason, so that it creates a scalar wave. And that's similar to putting like North Pole versus North Pole on a magnet. So that's how I'm like kind of hitting it over and over again. And that's coming through this wire. So this is that hot wire coming in. And so that's your electrostatic potential side coming off of the Bendini motor. And then that wraps around over and over 100 times, comes back to the negative side of the AC. That small green capacitor acts as some capacitance to make this act as an LC tank now. And so through the full bridge rectifier, in a sense, that's my filtering, especially with this capacitor picking up those transient fields, right? So in a sense, I guess you could call it filtering, but I would rather call it picking up transient energy and putting it to good use. And that's what this is doing. And if I don't have this, and if this ground touches this or something like that, that's an obvious short right there. But it gets hot all the way over here through these components. Very interesting effect.
Yeah, that is interesting. So essentially what you're saying is the MEG is acting like some kind of pump for flux energy?
Exactly. It's a flux pump, if you will. And this is configured in a different form of a flux pump, but very similar, right? This is a magnetic monopole pulsing a coil, and we create a back EMF. And I'm just using this as a secondary coil, but I'm trying to utilize the same principle in the Bendini motor in the MEG as a pickup coil, so I can not just pick up energy, but hopefully resonate it with it naturally without even having to do my math.
Right, so you're trying to amplify it. You're not just trying to pick up all the extra.
Get these capacitors and diodes right with my components.
Yeah.
And shoot, heck, my ground isn't even connected right here, I guess. And it's still working.
Isn't that weird? Some of these systems, man, they like I had that happen where I disconnected a wire and it still worked, and I'm like, wait a second. It was actually drawing less energy from the battery when I disconnected the ground. And I realized that, oh, the return path is directly to the negative of the battery now, not going back through the circuit. So there's all sorts of marginal, like just slight, adjustments that you can do to these systems, and you can get like a lot of efficiency out of them.
Okay, I just reattached it, but you can hear it's humming different now because
that changed temporarily. So have you noticed any conditioning of the batteries like Bedini noted where they'd have like really fast recovery times and stuff like that?
I haven't played it, like, I haven't done enough testing to know that. And,
You're not in that phase of testing. That's okay.
like,
We'll get
let's
there.
just check it right now, I guess.
Yeah, we can. I mean, these batteries, supposedly, Bedini was talking about how, you know, they would be conditioned with the negative electricity in such a way that they would just have like a really fast recovery time when you drained them all the way. And then had to recharge them.
Maybe that's what's happening when it's stopping and I'm able to restart it with my hand and it runs for hours.
Oh my god. Yeah. Wow.
But, like, I can't measure it.
Right.
I can't measure it well.
I mean, that's been a challenge for me too, is just trying to measure some of this stuff. I don't know if it's, you know, the tools you have to work with, but you know, some of the ways of trying to measure this stuff is difficult. But then again, I'm working with a very rudimentary equipment.
Yeah, I found O-scope is really handy, and you can do all this stuff without a multimeter if you are handy enough. I used my Arduino for a bit even before I fried it.
I just like to say, I like the crystals that you have. Are those quartz?
Yeah, I figured at the very least it's pretty for the video.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I found a spherical quartz crystal at the local gem shop, and I just put it on top of the you know, the vortex coil. It fits perfectly. You know, I don't know if it's doing anything, but it looks nice.
Cool. I want to play with more crystal stuff, but this is a priority since it's my current project.
Yep. Yeah, there's so many things that we can be testing, but we have to prioritize. So I understand. It's you have to take it one step at a time, and that's why I try to explain to people is like, well, why haven't you done this or why haven't you done that? Well, you know, we're not in that phase of testing yet.
Yes, sir. So we're on channel A, DC mode, 0.5 volt per division. So each big square is 0.5 volt. And I know it's hard to read, so I'll call it out. And we're at 5 millisecond sweep time per division. So that's our frame rate. So I got both leads not connected, and we're going to connect this battery right here. And so here goes this negative. There we go. Positive. There we go. All right. So we're at -1 volts. Flat line.
Yeah, interesting.
Okay, so I am going to now switch the motor off momentarily and show you the waveform.
It's gonna probably jump up, right?
1 sec.
I'm just making a little prediction.
Okay, can you see it? Well, I can't see the screen.
Yeah, we can see the screen.
3, 2, 1. Oh, wow, that was lame. That was not the effect I had earlier. Let's adjust this pot.
Sure, yeah, it might need a couple of adjustments, ladies and gentlemen. Give them a moment.
As you can see, that glowed. Let's go back to that. Can you see that glow?
Yes.
Hear it pick up when I turn up the pot? So you have to tune your capacitance with your inductance, and the capacitance of the room and everything changes based off of people coming in and out and all sorts of things.
That's insane. Those are variables I had not considered before.
So, sorry that was a little anticlimactic on the scope, but we'll just keep touching it in other spots.
Yeah, no worries. Like I said, these systems, they act very weird, so sometimes they don't behave exactly like you want them to.
So I just touched across my capacitor that's in parallel with my currently charged battery. So we're going to go to a smaller measurement because maybe there's something there. It's really small value. See it jump up?
Gotcha.
See it jump up? I'm tapping it.
Yes, we saw it.
So that's real positive energy coming off of this cold negative energy. So I'm going to move it now to 50 millivolts so it's more obvious. And I'm going to touch across this right here. So boom, boom, boom. And I'm going to go back down here. Boom. Oh, boom.
Oh, wow. Yeah, we
So
see
I
it.
don't know what I just touched for a moment, but you saw that.
Yes, we did. It was bumping,
Okay.
you know, like, and then it just spiked up with that kind of like a AC waveform.
So that's
Sine
just the
waveform?
transient field not touching anything.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it's kind of like
50
moving.
millivolts.
Almost looks like
You
a
see-
sine wave.
And notice how it's negative bias. The top of the wave is at 0. It's all negative. And so
Wow.
check this out. So now I'm going to touch right here on the diode. So this is the anode side of the diode, and this is the cathode side of this capacitor. And see that waveform? Okay, it's 50 millivolts, so I'm going to take my hand off and I'm going to blow it up now. So now we're going to go down to 2 millivolts and touch it again. You don't see anything. Odd.
Yeah, that is odd.
So now that's at 5 millivolts and I'm not touching anything. Now I'm going to touch that same spot again and check that out.
Wow.
So you see quantization energy involved here with the vacuum.
You said it's a negative bias where I think it's below the 0 line, right? It looks like
so
it at
the
least.
peak of that isn't even reaching 0. It's all negative.
Wow. And that's what you
So
want to see,
that's-
though. That's exactly what you want to see, that negative bias.
So we're going to go to 10 millivolts and touch the same spot. So right there and right there. Oh, came off. You got to be careful not to touch the backside of these leads and interfere with the experiment. I'm aware of that.
Yeah, because they're exposed, the leads on the backside, because you can plug them in, right?
So that's
each
your
other.
10 millivolt waveform. Can you see that?
It kind of went out of focus. Give us a second. It'll refocus. We can see it. It's just out of focus.
Okay, I'm gonna prop up the stuff and hold the camera so you can see better. 'Cause-
Okay, just take your time and be careful. We got a couple minutes left before we have to transition into our next segment with a small break, an intermission. So around at 7:40, we'll do a quick intermission and we'll go to our UFO segment.
We gotta figure out a way to get the cord not to fall down now. This is a real challenge. I apologize. This is chaos.
Oh no, you're fine. You're doing the best you can. We are improvising this. Like I said, we didn't have this planned.
This is how experimenting on the fly goes, but you know, I think this is the way to move forward.
Yeah, no, I
So-
mean, it's messy. Experimenting is messy. You know, like you said, it's not always going to behave exactly as you want it to, you know, because sometimes, you know, like you experienced earlier, something got disconnected, you know, or you have to make an adjustment. Somebody walked in the room, you got to adjust the capacitance. There's all sorts of variables to consider. Yeah.
Propped it up.
There we go. That was cool.
It's coming loose. So right now the connection isn't very good.
Oh, we can still kind of see what's going on a little bit though. And you know, every once in a while you see those spikes.
That could be just because it's moving around. So that's 20 millivolts. 50 millivolts. So it's very small, right? That's just that one capacitor right there that's doing work. So imagine if you had a whole cap bank, especially across that capacitor with all that electrostatic potential and all that extra current that would want to burn up this current that I'm suppressing right now that almost melted these wires. Throw that in a cap bank and throw that in a separate battery bank. See what I'm saying?
Yes.
And then,
Yeah.
you don't even necessarily need a bunch more coils. You just put another one of these on the other side and mirror it. And maybe even another Bendini coil on the top. So it's bilaterally symmetric in multiple ways. And then the flux can not be interfering. It just kind of is mirror symmetry and just flows together like a vortex.
Right. So you might not even need a vortex coil in that instance.
And then that is my vortex coil. Look at it.
Yeah. But speaking of vortex coils, because you did mention you wanted to try to incorporate it in some way, would that be a different build, or because it seems like you're accomplishing what you need to with just the Meg?
Yeah. So the idea is more, right? Why not?
I gotcha. More is better.
Let's just pull more from the vacuum.
Yeah, I mean,
to the world.
Yeah, from my experience, the more pickups you have, the more you can extract. It's just picking up all the wasted shit.
Yeah, exactly. So,
a good way to describe it for people who don't really who are new to this stuff is when you create that 0 point using electromagnetism or whatever. As Marco describes, it creates this null zone that shoots out 0 point energy and linearly in all directions. And you're just capturing a little bit of that with the conductor. You have to, be clever about capturing the rest.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't have to be a lot. It just has to be a resonant system that can self-adjust, I guess, to loads. And so that's kind of the hope here, is that I'll be able to make it self-adjust. So that's 50 millivolts per division. And so we're up 4 squares high and 4 squares low, basically. Maybe a little bit negative bias. And you see how it forms that energy grid.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I've never seen anything like that.
So why that wave is not a perfect sine wave and it's asymmetric is because it's actually multiple waveforms coming together into one. And that's seen on the time sweep of 10 millisecond per frame. And that's in one of my videos. But basically, you see vertical spike integrating into a mound, essentially. And it forms more of that sort of shape. And we have 3 coming together, and as you see, we have 3 coils. And
so it's creating
in a
constructive.
way, I've made this ring.
Wow.
This is a bifilar coil, the primary one. In a way, this is a bifilar coil. So this is almost like acting like a trifilar in one sense, bifilar in another sense, and then quadfilar, or even pentafilar if you include that center one. And so what I'm doing is I'm stacking multiple frequencies and I'm trying to get them to ring together just by switching frequencies.
That's interesting. No, you're taking 3 different waveforms and throwing them together constructively. That's really cool.
See how it's marching forward?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
We're measuring, remember, electrostatic potential. And so if you remember, a capacitor can move electrons when you charge those plates. And so if the surroundings are charged in an energy grid network that's flowing impulsively, as in towards a point or a line or basically some object, right? What we get is that back EMF sucking in energy through these standing longitudinal waves that are forming this grid network and also trapping electrons within them. And because we're phase shifting it forward, and that's just seen on this time sweep per division, but I think it's a good example of what I think is going on. I think it's this aliasing effect is analogous to the standing longitudinal waves, imploding and exploding, if you will, and creating a similar effect through three-dimensional space, or I guess four-dimensional space-time. And that's the 2 millisecond, and that's at 50 millivolts still, and that's 5, 10, and that's 20, 50. So you see, like, wow, just pure electrostatic potential.
That's really
And
wild. That's really wild.
boom. So now we go finer detail. We notice that it's fractal geometry. You see how it's
Wow.
creating a spiral?
It is.
It's almost looking like it's your rodent coil, doesn't it?
That's exactly what came to my mind. First thing that came to my mind, it looks like the VBM grid on the Taurus. Like, what? And it's even
Okay.
flowing like it.
So look at the noise on top and bottom when I got excited. That's me excited.
Wow.
It's picking up my excitement right now.
That's so cool.
So we're going to move to point 1. And let me adjust this position maybe a little bit and the focus. So it's the best focus it can be because we're zooming in. You can even see like some weird static transients. Oh no, we're good. Just moved around. So different scale, 20 millivolts. You can see them interfering with each other in this grid network. It's kind of like how 5G, how they're overlaying it. And I'm doing that in three-dimensional space with a pulse motor with moving flux of my meg. But I'm not even doing it with like positioning the coils in 3 space. I'm doing it with multiple frequencies in 3 space. So it's similar in effect, but a little different.
So Turbo Splice said, "You're like butter because you're on a roll." We do have to get ready to transition into the next segment of the show, but I really want to thank you for coming on, and hopefully we'll bring, you'll have more time in the future to come on in future shows and show us more of your project here with the Bedini SG.
Yeah, just one thing to note before I go real quick.
Sure.
Notice how I switch it to AC mode, and it's centered at 0 on the y-axis. And I go to ground, it's centered at 0, and it's still centered at 0, but when I measure those batteries, they'll show a negative voltage.
Interesting.
So just really weird. And that all that stuff on the scope only works if this ground is not attached. So I can't measure anything if I touch the ground. It does not measure anything really except what I showed you over there so far. I've not been able to really successfully measure a lot going on in the meg outside of this magnetic flux that you can just see through the air, and it picks up on the magnets as well. So it's responding to not just the voltage field, the electric field, but the magnetic field with the O-scope too. Just something to consider.
Right on. We appreciate you coming on, and we have to do an intermission now, but this is a really awesome setup, and it's something that I've been meaning to like replicate, and it's cool that you actually shared the kenergy.store website with us, because that's the website that you can actually buy one of these, and they work. They work, and they're not like the Mythbusters style hack job where they kind of like didn't even put on a flywheel. This is an actual Bedini SG, and it's something that I'm going to be looking into getting when I start testing my Bedini circuit with the rodent coils. So much appreciation for you coming on and showing us all this awesome stuff with the Bedini SG here. For those of you who have not liked the stream or have not subscribed to the channel, really appreciate you for tuning in, but would you hit that like button now, please? Because it really helps us out, and people forget to hit the like button. So also, actually, let me drop your channel, because you have a channel on YouTube that I wanted to drop in chat. So let me find that in my notes here.
Yes, please.
Yes, so oh, go ahead.
So you mentioned kenergystore.com earlier, and he might be able to hook you up with a discount if you mention my name. And
Nice.
no promises, but he mentioned it to me, so I'm just forwarding the message. And then also, excuse me, this setup, right? When I ran this just as a standalone coil, it's expected to be 10 to 14 hours of runtime with a full charge battery. And so we have negative voltage dead battery that's completely fried that I've been running at now 51 hours. I repeat, at 51 hours, I've been running this, and I made this system right here, and K Energy made this system right here. Just to clarify. So all that is the last week of me working on this stuff and trying to understand this. And if you want to understand this more, you can see Timtron, Heliart. There's a bunch of good YouTubers that I'm subscribed to that you can go on my channel and see who I'm subscribed to. It's all public, and there's a lot of information that's not mentioned in the stream, but I tried to shed light on a little bit more of what's going on here to make it a little more clear. And I just thank you, Ben, and I hope you all have a great day.
Yeah, we appreciate you coming on, and I hope you have a great day too. And if you haven't gone over to his channel, I posted it in chat, ladies and gentlemen. Go over and subscribe to his channel. He's got a lot of amazing open-sourced research with the Bedini SG. And we're going to go and transition into a quick intermission before our UFO segment and how it relates to my vortex coil research. So thanks again, Elijah, and we'll see you again.
No problem. Thank you.
In the depths of hidden files, trapped inside the secret circuits, unraveling through the miles. Oh, truth was masked by coded curtains. In it now, we're shattering the silence. Feel the power. Revelations on the rise. Shadows, light emerges, breaking through the veils of dark. 0 points and gravity converge, yeah. Guiding voices, revelation start. Ancient whispers call. They're begging us to open our eyes. We stand tall, defying all their lies. Even in now, we're shattering the silence. Feel the power. Revelations on the rise. Forbidden knowledge we dare to see. Unveiling secrets, setting minds free. In this epic, we play our part with fearless hearts. In and now, we're shattering the silence. Feel the power. Revelations on the rise.
My fellow Americans, I want to talk to you about something that has been a topic of much debate and unfortunately too much misinformation. For decades, we've been told that our future depends on scarcity, that our energy needs are limited and must come from a select few sources, many of which are polluting and inefficient. But I'm here to tell you, it's time for us to rethink the very foundation of how we view energy. The idea of free energy devices has long been dismissed as fringe or in some cases outright conspiratorial. But it's important to recognize that this is not a new idea, nor is it a pipe dream. It's a scientific possibility that many credible thinkers, including Lieutenant Colonel Tom Bearden, have been trying to bring to light for years. You might not have heard about it in mainstream circles, but those who have looked into it, real scientists, real engineers, are showing us that we can tap into an energy source we've barely scratched the surface of. The vacuum. Yes, the vacuum of space itself, a limitless field of energy that, like Nikola Tesla once envisioned, could power our world without the need for fossil fuels, without the need for waste, without the need to pay for energy at all. It sounds like science fiction, but it's grounded in real, proven science. And yet, for far too long, it has been suppressed. This isn't just about new technology or gadgets. It's about a revolution, a true industrial revolution that could lift us into a future of abundance, a future where energy is not controlled by a few, but accessible to all. That's why I'm asking you to start rethinking what we've been told. We're no longer calling it free energy. We're calling it energy recycling, because that's what it is. It's harnessing the natural forces that are all around us and making them work for us. I know it may sound radical, but it's time we ask ourselves why this hasn't been part of the conversation until now. Why have those with the power to make a real change in our energy systems continued to push for scarcity instead of abundance? Why has this potential been buried in favor of systems that benefit a few at the expense of many? I believe it's time we change the narrative. We have the knowledge, we have the tools. This is not just about science. This is about our future. The energy revolution is here. It's time we embrace it. Thank you. God bless you. God bless America.
In a world where innovation is stifled by greed and corruption, there lies a hidden truth that could revolutionize our way of life.
Lenny, what are you doing? Are you seriously pitching a new show right now? I didn't authorize this. My God, only 5 minutes into your new position as co-host, and you're already adding to my tight schedule.
Yes, sir, I manage that schedule. But I did notice you have an entire 2 days available during your week.
Wait, you're not talking about Saturday and Sunday, are you?
Of course, sir. You have 2 whole days where you're free to work on new content.
Lenny, those are my days off.
It's okay, sir. I know you'll manage just fine. I have faith in you.
Do robots have faith?
I do. I have faith that you won't screw it up again.
You know what? It's fine. Go ahead. I'll just build my cold fusion Lego set some other time.
It's PON certified.
But I'm not telling them about my idea for a thunderstorm toilet. I'm gonna keep that baby close to my chest.
You know, that just sounds wrong.
It's a good idea. A toilet capable of turning any toxic human waste into, well, it turns into petroleum jelly.
Why petroleum jelly, sir?
You know what? I'm not sure. I don't think it's calibrated correctly.
Enough is enough. The world is at a breaking point. Catastrophic climate change, biosphere collapse, and a global energy crisis have been met with apathy, denial, and despair. The phrase unidentified flying object is a deliberately obfuscating term. What it really is an alternative energy and propulsion device. This is the real reason for the secrecy. These technologies, if they were disclosed, would end fossil fuels, pollution, and poverty overnight, and usher in a new era of abundance, freedom, and peace. Instead, they have been kept secret for over 100 years.
The more powerful the agency, the more powerful the group, the more powerful the cartel, the more they will resort not only to legal means, but to extra legal means to suppress their competition.
I said pretty early on, the problem is suppression. It wasn't really how do I make a free energy machine. It's how do I not get suppressed? Because what's the point?
Microscopic ball lightnings that when they discharge are tapping into that zero-point energy field and creating the motive force.
Boom! That's why the concussion from the thunderclap is so huge. There's this huge amount of energy that's actually sourced from the vacuum energy. All the dots connected. This is what's happening, right? So we need to make the thunderclap engine.
Imagine a future where clean, sustainable energy is not just a dream, but a reality. Discover the countless untold stories of free energy devices and the relentless battle against those who seek to suppress them for their own gain.
Black shelving. So someone comes along, they offer you $20 million for your device, it's a corporation, they put it on a shelf. Boom.
This power is something I have given my life for you the people.
Uncover the shocking tactics used by energy industries to control the narrative and maintain their grip on power.
You don't interfere with the big, powerful people. You don't put them out of business. They still have those 50-year leases on the lines and all the power transformers.
The Environmental Protection Agency is a bit of a dictatorial police agency.
A shadowy government with its own Air Force, its own Navy, its own fundraising mechanism, and the ability to pursue its own ideas of the national interest, free from all checks and balances, and free from the law itself.
This is real, usable power. It's stable. It is not transient. It is not noise. Behind the lamps, that little box is putting out all of that power, well over 500 watts, and yet it is receiving less than 1/3 of a milliwatt of input power. The rest of that power is coming out of the surging energy of the vacuum, and this little box that you see right here, solid state, no moving parts, is the vacuum triode that's doing this very practical and historical work.
But indeed, it put out more energy than it took in.
He was shot at once with a silenced rifle from about 300 yards. It reads like a James Bond movie, but it's real.
There are men here that said they're FBI, and they got black vans, and they're taking all this equipment. What should I do?
It's called capture, where they try to rationalize away this problem and everything's fine.
From manipulation of patent authorities to infiltration of government agencies, the truth is stranger than fiction. But amidst the darkness, a glimmer of hope emerges in the form of renegade scientists and inventors who refuse to be silenced.
There is absolutely no question that T. Henry Morey had a system that produced about 50 kilowatts out of a 55-pound box.
In the shadows of capitalism's dark secrets, join us on a thrilling new show. Get ready to be inspired, enraged, and empowered as we delve into the Benefactor's Guide to Free Energy Devices.
Only on Beneficence TV.
Treated like a toy. Ideas are misunderstood, but brilliance is his boy. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? Talking about 0 point, the points lost on them. Capital structures crumbling from the same old Sam. They laugh like I'm crazy, but I see it all.
All right, welcome back to the Benefactor's Guide to Free Energy Devices. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank Elijah for coming on the show again. Thank you very much. That was an amazing presentation. Now, here's where things get really fun, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday was National Alien Abduction Day, and we're going to dive into UFOs and their possible connection to vortex-based mathematics. Specifically vortex-based technologies like the Rodin coil and other coils such as the ABHA coil. Well, let me put there we go. So, with that said, did you know that Michigan is considered a UFO hotspot? Yeah, in fact, it has one of the highest concentrations of UFO sightings and unexplained aerial phenomenon in the world. Why Michigan, you ask? Well, it's not just the scenery. The area has been linked to several strange electromagnetic occurrences, from unusual magnetic fields to bizarre unexplained energy anomalies, similar to the kinds of phenomenon we study in the world of vortex technology. There have been numerous accounts where people claim to have seen strange lights or encountered UFOs only for their experiences to be followed by odd electromagnetic disturbances or even physical effects, some of which seem to line up with the principles of vortex-based math and energy systems. Could the same forces responsible for these UFO encounters be connected with the science behind vortex coils and plasma technology? Are these alien encounters just coincidence? Or could the science behind vortex coils and plasma technology have something to do with them? Stick around to find out. So, today we're talking about UFOs and alien encounters. Those mysterious lights in the sky that leave us wondering. But now, let's shift focus to what often comes next. The aftermath of these strange encounters. According to anecdotal evidence, many of these experiences are followed by bizarre electromagnetic disturbances and even physical effects on the witnesses. Sound familiar? It's strikingly similar to some of the phenomenon we're seeing with vortex math technology and plasma technology. So here's the burning question. Are these encounters just random? Or is there a hidden connection between vortex coils, plasma energy, and the UFO phenomenon? Let's break down some of the mind-blowing connections between UFOs and vortex-based technologies, because the plot doesn't just thicken here, it actually spirals out of control, and trust me, you won't want to miss this. So let's talk about electromagnetic disturbances and vortex systems. Many UFO sightings and alien encounters are often accompanied by strange electromagnetic disturbances. These include things like radiostatic, vehicle malfunctions, or even magnetic field fluctuations in the area. This is eerily similar to the effects we see when working with vortex-based systems. Vortex coils such as the Rodin coil are known to create intense electromagnetic fields that can potentially affect nearby electronic devices or cause strange disturbances in the environment, just like the ones reported during UFO sightings, and what we've seen earlier with Elijah's setup. For example, in 1966, during the famous Westall UFO sighting in Australia, numerous witnesses reported that their electronic devices malfunctioned during the event. Cameras stopped working, and some claimed that they felt strange energy waves. Could this be a direct result of the same type of electromagnetic energy emitted by the UFOs? If so, we might be looking at a scenario where UFOs are using advanced technology based on principles similar to what we see in vortex-based math. So let's talk about vortex math and space in the space-time connection. Vortex math, which is based on the geometric patterns and energy dynamics of toroidal fields, has been theorized by some scientists and researchers to have applications in space-time manipulation. We see this strongly reflected in Malcolm Bendel's plasmoid unification model. Some UFO enthusiasts and theorists believe that this technology behind UFO propulsion systems might be based on the same principles that govern vortex fields, specifically toroidal fields, that can potentially bend space-time itself. In fact, certain propulsion theories, like those proposed by physicist Harold Puthoff in the 1990s, suggest that UFOs may utilize something akin to electromagnetic drive, or zero-point energy, which relies on creating and manipulating fields much like those we generate with vortex coils. So this is where the Roden coil, a unique type of coil that uses the same principles of vortex math to create an intense spiral energy field, becomes particularly interesting. Could UFOs be harnessing a similar kind of energy to bend space-time or create the anti-gravitic effects seen in many UFO reports? The Roden coil's ability to create powerful electromagnetic fields and possibly even tap into zero-point energy could hold the key to understanding how UFOs might defy the laws of physics. It's a connection that's too uncanny to ignore. And specifically when referring to some of Daniel Nunes's work from One Stop Energies, he did note that every true vortex coil has the ability to lift itself or has the ability to produce anti-gravitic effects. So let's move on to reports of abductions and plasma technology. The experiences of people who claim to have been abducted by aliens often include strange sensations of being in an altered state of consciousness, sometimes described as floating or disconnected from the physical world. These sensations bear a striking resemblance to the effects produced by high-energy plasma fields. Plasma, when manipulated in a controlled environment like a vortex coil setup, can alter electromagnetic fields, causing unusual perceptions or physical experiences in those within the field, as noted by fringe scientists like Gerald from our think tank. There's a particularly strange and eerie connection here. Some abductees report feeling disconnected or electrically altered, which sounds a lot like the types of sensations one might experience when exposed to high-energy electromagnetic fields or plasma-based devices, as seen in the Rasha device that One Stop Energies had taken a contract with. They utilized the vortex coils, specifically 4 of them, with specific plates that they sit underneath in a specific configuration that supposedly alters your state of consciousness. It's a meditation experience, they call it. So let's dive into the real-life stories and anecdotes. The Phoenix Light incident in 1997. One of the most famous UFO sightings in history, the Phoenix Lights incident, saw thousands of people witness a series of strange lights in the sky. Many witnesses reported that the lights were accompanied by strange electrical disturbances and the magnetic anomalies. Some people claimed that their cars stalled, and others reported unusual feelings of vertigo. This aligns perfectly with the types of electromagnetic phenomenon we often encounter when working with vortex-based systems such as the Roden coil. Good night, Elijah. Let's see your comment there. The 1973 Westall UFO encounter. Oh, sorry, I skipped a sentence. Could the UFO observed that night of the Phoenix Light incident have been using a form of technology that disrupts local electromagnetic fields, similar to the effects we see in vortex coils? Now let's move on to the 1973 Westall UFO encounter. Sorry, I get discombobulated. That's why I don't try to read chat and do my presentations at the same time. I try to separate them. I have extreme ADD, ladies and gentlemen, so bear with me. As mentioned earlier, regarding the Westall UFO encounter, during the Westall UFO sighting, a group of students and teachers observed a UFO hovering over their school, and many reported their camera equipment malfunctioning as the object moved overhead. The electromagnetic disruption described mirrors what we've seen in controlled experiments with vortex coils where energy fields can interfere with electronic devices. Could this malfunction be a result of the UFO creating a vortex-based electromagnetic disturbance? Interesting to think about. So let's talk about the link between vortex coils and anti-gravitic propulsion. Finally, the most exciting connection between vortex systems and UFOs lies in the theory of anti-gravitic propulsion. Some researchers suggest that UFOs could use a technology that manipulates gravitational forces using the same principles found in vortex-based math. The Rodin coil, for example, creates a dynamic toroidal field that could theoretically interact with gravity. This would allow an object to float or move against the force of gravity, potentially explaining the anti-gravitic effects of many UFOs that many UFOs seem to exhibit. In recent years, there have been scientific papers exploring the concept of gravitational shielding using vortex energy, which could be linked to how UFOs defy the conventional laws of physics. Is it possible that advanced alien civilizations have mastered this technology using vortex-based propulsion systems to travel vast distances across space? So, are these alien encounters just coincidence, or could the science behind vortex coils and plasma technology be the missing link to understanding UFO propulsion and the strange phenomenon tied to alien encounters? There's still so much we don't know here, but the connections are too intriguing to ignore. Whether we're talking about electromagnetic disturbances, anti-gravitic propulsion, or altered state of consciousness, the parallels between UFOs and vortex technology keep stacking up. So stick around, folks. There's much more to explore, and who knows, the next breakthrough in free energy or UFO technology could be closer than we think. Now, I'd like to talk a little bit about cold fusion suppression. This is something that I aimed to put in a previous lecture, but I forgot to include. And this is very important when looking at the history of some of this alternative science and fringe science that we're looking into that's just now being renewed into a mainstream light. So regarding cold fusion suppression, cold fusion has faced significant skepticism and suppression since its controversial debut in 1989. Claims of cold fusion, especially by Martin Fleischmann and Stanley Pons, were quickly dismissed due to the inconsistent replications of results and political or economic interests in maintaining the status quo of energy production. MIT and other institutions were pivotal in discrediting cold fusion, even while funding alternative methods like lattice confinement fusion, which shares striking similarities now that it's becoming more mainstream. So let's take a look at how lattice confinement fusion might just be cold fusion renamed. Lattice confinement fusion is a more modern and accepted approach where deuterium nuclei are embedded in a metal lattice, like palladium or iridium. An external force like ion beams are applied to induce fusion. While this method demands more input energy than cold fusion claims, its mechanisms, specifically utilizing lattice structures and quantum phenomenon, highlight the potential validity of low-energy nuclear reactions, what we call LENR. So key distinctions here, the main difference lies in energy input and reproducibility. While cold fusion claims extremely low energy requirements and faces challenges with reproducibility and scientific consensus, lattice confinement fusion requires more input energy, but is considered more scientifically credible and reproducible. So in conclusion, the suppression of cold fusion and the embrace of lattice confinement fusion reveal underlying biases in the scientific community and funding systems. Both approaches explore non-traditional paths to nuclear energy, but cold fusion's promise of minimal energy input threatens entrenched energy industries, potentially explaining its rejection despite the scientific similarities to lattice confinement fusion. So despite the initial controversy and the scientific establishment's dismissal of cold fusion, dozens of successful replications of low-energy nuclear reactions, LENR, have been documented over the recent decades. These replications demonstrate anomalous heat production, nuclear transmutation of elements, or other effects that cannot be explained by conventional chemical reactions alone. However, much of this evidence has been largely ignored or dismissed, often for political or economic reasons. Some examples of replications of Leonard are the Japanese, and regarding Japanese research, institutions like Toyota R&D Lab and Mitsubishi Heavy Industries have reported successful Leonard experiments involving nuclear transmutation and heat production. Italian studies. Andrea Rossi's ECAT device, while controversial, showed anomalous heat output in multiple demonstrations. Researchers like Francesco Cellini also reported Leonard effects in palladium wires. U.S. Navy research. The Space and Naval Warfare System Command conducted extensive Leonard experiments finding evidence of nuclear reactions, including helium-4 production and neutron emission. Regarding Russian and Indian scientists, researchers in these countries have also replicated Leonard phenomenon, further supporting its legitimacy. And we can't forget about the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project. This open-sourced initiative has worked, Bob Greenyer specifically, has worked to replicate and refine Leonard experiments, demonstrating anomalous heat effects under controlled conditions. So let's talk about why these results are largely ignored by mainstream science. Mainstream physics has a strong preference for hot fusion and plasma-based models of nuclear reactions. Leonard challenges these paradigms, making it hard for traditionalists to accept. The energy industries reliant on fossil fuels and centralized power grid systems may view Leonard as disruptive and a threat. Funding and recognition often align with interests that maintain the status quo. The discrediting of their 1989 announcement regarding cold fusion and the Stanley Pons and Martin Fleischmann experiment created a long-lasting bias against cold fusion research, regardless of subsequent evidence to support it. And although many replications exist, results can still vary due to the complexity and sensitivity of Leonard systems, making it easier for skeptics to dismiss them as inconsistent. Remember, Malcolm Bendall was told by Martin Fleischmann himself, spend time kneading the metal. You want to spend time. You spend 6 months making the metal right to house your plasmoids. Don't spend, a week worth of metal preparation and then try to get 6 months of results. That's not going to work. You have to spend time kneading the metal when regarding the thunderstorm generator's reproducibility. So these details matter. And specifically, Martin Fleischmann warned Malcolm Bendall that he needs to take proper consideration in preparations for the experiment. Otherwise, it's not going to be reproducible. So, some researchers suggest intentional suppression by influential organizations to protect vested interests. For example, the MIT allegations. Claims of data manipulation in experiments attempting to disprove cold fusion have been made, suggesting an agenda to discredit the field early on. Positive results from Leonard experiments often receive little to no media attention, further preventing widespread awareness. We call this a media blackout. They simply ignore us on TV. And remember, media is how we get the word out. So in conclusion, dozens of Leonard replications are significant and deserve more attention. The consistent dismissal of these results speak more to systematic resistance to disruptive innovation rather than to any lack of scientific validity. As experimental methods improve and independent researchers persist, Leonard may one day receive the recognition it deserves as a viable path to clean and abundant energy. So we actually don't have a lot of time for tonight's mini lab. We are behind schedule, unfortunately, but I will do the mini lab in the background while we're having the League of Extraordinary Inventors tonight at 9. So before we wrap up tonight's episode and start our interactive mini lab, which really won't be interactive anymore. It's just going to be a mini lab in the background where I run experiments and give you guys updates. Before we start that and start the main show, the League of Extraordinary Inventors, hosted by legendary Mike K from Faraday Research, I want to remind you all to check out my GoFundMe. I'm going to post it in chat in a moment, but I've set up a GoFundMe for the Beta Blocks competition. Specifically, I've been cast for Season 15. Your support means the world to me and the future of alternative energy. Every little bit helps me get to Beta Blocks, and we're getting closer to making this vision a reality. So right now, I'm going to go into a little ending as to why this work is vital and why you should consider donating to our GoFundMe to help get me to Beta Blocks and expose this technology, the technology I'm working on, to a larger group of investors and mainstream business executives. By demonstrating the decay rate differences, as I do in my experiments in my mini labs, the energy recovery effects and practical outputs, we are actually doing exactly what's needed to show how free energy actually works. Whether it's truly free or just extremely efficient energy recycling, that doesn't matter. That's semantics. What matters is that we are proving it step by step. Science progresses because people like us challenge assumptions. So the reason why these systems work is because nature always strives for balance. It does not like instability. I like to remind people, nature doesn't like instability. So it's constantly working to reach an equilibrium. Imagine pushing someone on a swing. When you push, gravity gives you a little bit of help in bringing that swing back to find equilibrium. This concept applies to electrical dynamics too. When an electromagnetic field collapses, it produces what we call back EMF, a sort of rebound effect. Normally this back EMF is filtered out or grounded because it can be chaotic or potentially harmful to the system. However, if the back EMF aligns harmoniously with the forward EMF, meaning the rebound works in sync with the forward motion, you create a situation where this previously wasted energy becomes usable. Nature, in essence, is giving you a little extra to work with to help maintain balance, and we can harness it under the right conditions. So if you find my content inspiring, don't forget to share this podcast and drop a like, and join us on Patreon and our YouTube members. As always, we're here to push the boundaries, bend the rules, and make the impossible possible. Until next time, keep thinking outside the box, keep pushing the limits of science, and keep reaching for those stars, whether they're on the other side of the universe or in your own backyard. Good night, everybody. Good night, free thinkers and industrial espionage specialists alike. We see you too out there. Now we're going to transition into an intermission and get ready for the main show, the League of Extraordinary Inventors, which kicks off at 9 p.m., hosted by legendary Mike K from Faraday Research. I want to thank you all for joining me on Benefactor's Guide to Free Energy Devices. Until next time, stay cool.
In a world where innovation is stifled by greed and corruption, there lies a hidden truth.
See, a free energy device would contradict the laws of thermodynamics, which apply to any closed systems.
Whenever at any point is energy just created out of thin air. I know here on YouTube there's a lot of videos on things like perpetual motion or a free energy that's often associated with Tesla. Well, these videos are just flat out wrong because energy cannot be created or destroyed. That's one of the laws of thermodynamics, and those laws are probably the most sacred physical laws of the universe.
It's probably a measurement error.
Hey everybody, so today this is some really huge stuff. This is going to be the day where we prove over unity both voltage and amperage. 26 volts right there at 61 milliamps, and on the return we have 441 milliamps feeding through this fluorescent tube at 378 volts. So this is the proven over unity.
Sing. I spent weeks questioning everything. Was I really onto something? Was it all a delusion? No. I refuse to believe that. It couldn't be. There are too many people who have replicated these tests.
It's starting to sing.
It's okay.
It's starting to sing.
It's working, brother. You got it.
Daniel Nunes inspired many free thinkers over a decade ago. Justine, Roland, Mr. Warrensick. There's just too much evidence that everything Daniel said was correct. I rewatched all the videos, studied all of Daniel's configurations and coils, poring over the schematics for days and days. And then, it hit me. I knew where I went wrong. In my previous video, I was using what I refer to as the hybrid method, a hybrid open-closed circuit method of induction for the coil, basically using one channel as an input and the other channel as an output. Very simple yet elegant, I thought. You have to understand, I started this project out of a desire to help the world, but I wasn't an engineer. I had to learn all this stuff, literally teach myself everything about Daniel's work and other researchers who were looking into these coils. In other words, I was not qualified for the job, but I was determined to succeed, nonetheless. Hell, I didn't see anyone else looking into it, and I felt it was my responsibility to at least confirm or debunk the rumors about the ABHA coil. It wasn't anything logical that drove me, but instinct. Something in my gut said that this was worth looking into, and it turns out, I was right. While doing a live stream on Over Unity, I found an old live stream recording of Daniel Nunes of One Stop Energies.
The technologies are there available for viewing online, and it's possible to find those videos to reassure yourself that it is possible. So, these are all things that when expanded upon can really affect our global situation with energy, and nobody has to be suffering in the darkness anymore. So, with your support, we can continue forward and continue developing these understandings and distributing them to the general public so that people can replicate and implement these technologies for themselves. That's really the only way that we're going to see a change within a reasonable amount of time, is if other people get involved, get enthused, and spread the word.
In this video, I realized our mistake. You see, I wasn't following Daniel's open circuit. I was using the closed circuit because I had previously not seen any results with the open circuit method shown here on the right. There was two reasons for this. On top of this oversight, I was measuring the current completely wrong. I was measuring it in parallel, just like the voltage measurement. When measuring voltage, you measure the difference between the positive and negative to see the full potential. Current is measured differently, and I found this out the hard way. Suffice it to say, we are measuring it correctly this time, and I corrected my two mistakes. So, just what were those two mistakes? The first one was that I was not using an HV capacitor as listed as optional in the diagram here. The second and more important mistake was that I was not matching the load correctly with the rest of the system. With an LC circuit, like we have here, you want the capacitor and the inductor to be in harmony. The resonance is a balance of energy between the inductor and capacitor, allowing the two to work together and not against one another. The key difference between traditional LC circuits and the Nunez method is that we are attempting to get the load in resonance with the first two parts as well. Okay guys, this is big. This is very, very big. Alright, this is a complete and total confirmation of the voltage we're getting. Okay, check this out. Got 210 Hertz sine waveform into our Mark 1 coil. Going to the stereo amp board is going to the coil. The coil is going to a 2000 HV cap, 0.15 unifarad, and that is going to a breadboard. All that's just disconnected. Just pay attention to these neons right here. So turn this up. Check this out. Listen for the hum. Oh? Oh? Ah? There was a moment when I almost gave up. After months of testing, refining, and pushing the limits of what I thought possible, I found myself staring at failure. My 0-point energy solved question mark video was riddled with mistakes, miscalculations, and faulty assumptions. But buried within there was something real, something worth pursuing. Yet, doubt crept in. Was I just chasing a ghost? Then everything changed. I had founded the Fringe think tank, a group of relentless minds each determined to crack the code of free energy. Amazing YouTube scientists like Nathan from Old Man Builds joined forces, bringing new insights, fresh perspectives, and unshakable resolve. But the real turning point came when Michelle found my video.
And I saw that, and I loved what I was seeing, and I loved the geometry of the coil, and I could see the similarities with the rodent coil. And I think the one, I think it was actually the PoE coil or the slash Hubbard coil that you were showing in your guide. And yeah, and it wasn't so long ago, really. It was, are we talking a few months ago or something? I got into it.
So that's really a delight to have you here for all the missing pieces of the puzzle, honestly.
Well, Ben, I mean, you got me motivated into looking into this because, you know, if I never came across your guide, I wouldn't be here actually today, just showing you my progress. So it's credits to you again, Ben, because you've been motivating a lot of people looking into that stuff. And interestingly enough, we're still making discoveries. Like even this little 432 PoE coil is super efficient for a 3-watt light.
Michel Morel saw past the errors and recognized the core of what I was trying to achieve. He reached out not to criticize, but to collaborate. That moment marked the beginning of a partnership that would redefine everything. Michel Morel took the concept further, developing a modified Joule Thief circuit, a breakthrough that allowed us to effortlessly tune our coils into resonance. From that, I adapted and evolved the system into what it is today, the Lightning Thief. More than just a device, it became the key to unlocking something bigger, a practical, affordable, off-the-grid energy solution. The results have been staggering. This is energy recycling. 15.5 hours of continuous power compared to just 2.5 hours off of a standard inverter. While this traditional inverter already maxes out at 88.5% efficiency, we're breaking every limit with my Vortex coil system. This standard DC to AC inverter will only run for 2.5 hours on 12.2 watt hours of energy. But my system provides energy for a whopping 15.5 hours off of the same 12.2 watt hours. That's over 6 times more efficient. Not only that, the system will keep powering my lights well past 12 volts on the battery. This isn't just an upgrade, it's a new industrial revolution. While my traditional inverter which is operating at 88.5% efficiency, can only power my 40-watt panel at 6.5% brightness for only 3.5 hours, my system uses the same 12.2 watt-hours and keeps the lights running for over 15 hours and beyond. While the inverter only stops at 12 volts, my system keeps going, pulling energy from somewhere. We can't still fully quantify, and yet, this is only the beginning. I set out to create something that anyone could access. No patents, no corporate interference, just open source technology for people. Now, I'm working on making coil kits available so that even those without the means to build can experiment, innovate, and take this even further. This isn't just a redemption story. This is the start of a new industrial revolution. I call it energy recycling, and we're just getting started. So how does energy recycling actually work? It starts with something called negative electricity. What is negative electricity, you ask? Negative electricity, sometimes called back EMF or cold electricity, is the current generated by a collapsing electromagnetic field created by the coil when it's pulsing. Every time that coil field collapses, it generates electricity that most electrical engineers will ground out and regard as background noise that is unwanted. Back EMF can be destructive and unpredictable when you don't have your system in resonance. This is because Lenz's law states that any collapsing electromagnetic field will generate current that opposes the current which created it. Meaning, in the conductor that makes the coil, we have a ton of extra energy from the vacuum ready to be collected. So how do we collect this back EMF? Well, right now, the two waves are creating destructive interference. What we need is constructive interference. By forcing the energy in both directions, when in resonance, you create a standing wave of energy. This makes two counter-rotating electromagnetic fields that are condensed and compressed on top of each other in such a way that establishes a 0 point on the equatorial plane between them. By fine-tuning the frequency of the AC signal going into the coil, we can use that back EMF and, analogous to a surfer, ride that original wave all the way back to the source instead of fighting against the current. By creating this constructive interference between the back EMF and the hot energy, we can theoretically obtain efficiencies beyond a COP of 1, without breaking any known laws of physics. Remember, by closing yourself off to this back EMF, you're making a closed system. The system I have here is an open system. That means the lightning thief is not ignoring the reaction from the vacuum. It is taking advantage of it. To nature, this field collapse represents instability, and the universe always strives for balance. In this way, it is not free energy. It is a mutual exchange from the vacuum. We can more accurately label this type of method of back EMF capture as energy recycling. As noted by many respectable scientists, such as Lieutenant Colonel Tom Bearden, by creating an instability in your system, nature pushes back and tries to stabilize it by giving you more to work with. It really is just that stupidly simple. Imagine pushing someone on a swing.
But then he breaks it down. He says you can tap into this energy without breaking any known laws of physics by using something called back EMF capture.
Whoa, back EMF capture? Sounds like some serious sci-fi tech.
Dude, listen to this. He explains that when a coil collapses using a pulsed signal, the energy that would normally just get wasted, like just dissipate as heat, can actually be recycled. He says nature gives you back energy to stabilize the system, which makes sense if you think about how nature works. Like everything in nature is always trying to find balance, right?
So equilibrium, is that like how water always levels out or something? I'm trying to remember what Ms. Murphy said to me in 6th grade science all those years ago. What was that? Oh yeah, Elon, stop eating that glue and pay attention. Man, if only I had listened, I'd probably be the one inventing energy recycling instead of just talking about it.
Exactly. So he's saying that by intentionally destabilizing the system, collapsing the field, you actually get energy back as a kind of natural response. And here's where it gets wild. He compares it to Pushing a swing, if you push at the right moment, you don't need to use a lot of energy and the swing gains momentum. But instead of a swing, he's using resonance to harness that extra energy without it becoming destructive. He says most traditional systems are like a surfer fighting against the current, while his method is like riding the wave to shore.
Dude, that's crazy. So he's basically saying the energy is already there. I just suck at using it efficiently?
That's what it sounds like. He's basically saying the way we harness energy now is like trying to swim against the tide. And if we used resonance instead, we'd be tapping into energy that's already there, just waiting to be used.
For those of you who doubted me, I can assure you, this time I made sure every wire, every setting, and every measurement was correct. I wasn't going to let doubt win. I refused to let the big name YouTubers who ignored me prove me wrong. They are absolutely not right. Over unity is possible. Nature does it all the time. You always get extra energy back in one form or another when you provide a system with an instability. A swing has gravity to push it back and find that equilibrium. My lightning thief device uses back EMF capture and recycles that extra energy instead of dumping it. Plenty of people have gotten over unity with these types of systems. There's nothing new under the sun here. It was my time to prove to the world that energy gains are not only possible, but quite frankly easy to achieve. I was not going to let the naysayers win. Not today. Today, I'm a schmuck no more. This time, we finally have solid evidence to back it up. But don't just take my word for it. Put it to the test. Challenge yourself. Challenge me. Build this coil system exactly as I've shown you. Run the experiments and prove me wrong. I dare you. I double dog dare you. So here we are, once again, on the edge of the unknown. This time, though, we are finally on track to actually presenting these energy solutions to a world that desperately needs them. Practical and easy solutions to real energy issues. Do-it-yourself energy recycling. The next industrial revolution. This is the energy of the future, and you are powering it. Imagine a world where energy is infinite, where the power to fuel our lives doesn't come from burning the past, but from harnessing the future. This is the breakthrough that changes everything. 0 point energy, the power of the universe itself. So, has 0 point energy been solved? I'll leave that up for you to decide. For now, I'm going to continue to push my applications of this coil to the absolute limit. Phase 2 testing is underway and entails prepping an off-the-grid system for maximum efficiency, and Phase 3, a self-powered scooter. We'll see just how far I can push this system. Until next time, stay tuned to Beneficence TV. I'm the Benefactor. Thank you, and God bless. We're going to spin this little neodymium magnet, and we're going to monitor the wattage. We're going to turn it up. Check this out. We're going to turn it on. I'm turning it up. Look at the watt consumption. 24 watts. Okay? Now watch this. We're going to put the neodymium magnet in there, spin it up, increase the frequency. Wow. And it goes back up, 24. We saved 10 watts of power by spinning this thing. Holy crap. If this content inspires you, and you want to help support this channel in spreading revolutionary ideas, consider joining my Patreon or YouTube memberships for exclusive content and behind-the-scenes access. Your support keeps this mission alive.
Have you heard about this Benefactor guy? This dude is talking about free energy, but here's the twist. He says it's not free energy. He's calling it energy recycling, which first off is kind of genius, right? Because when you say free energy, people immediately throw you in the crazy bin. But energy recycling, that sounds like some next level Tesla shit.
Yeah, man, it's all about the branding. But what is it that he's actually doing?
All right, check this out. He posted this. Free energy isn't actually free. This is a misnomer. It's actually a mutual exchange from the vacuum, a field of energy from which everything arises, the same energy that powers an atom. Like what? Bro, that's some deep shit.
This video was bang on brilliant stuff. I'll give it a shout out in my next video. I've forwarded it to Malcolm to check out too.
The viewers have spoken.
What an amazing documentary. Thanks for producing it.
Never seen this all tied together so well. Gonna share the heck out of it. Bravo and thank you.
Divine Science is officially a hit.
Amazing stuff, very nicely presented. New sub who can't consume your content quick enough. Great video, dude. Keep at it, you are doing the good work.
You did a great job putting this all together. It's a great overview, goes into amazing depth at times, so it's interesting for the larger swath of people. Well played, sir.
Okay, so I didn't sleep last night because I watched this 3 times and binged the rest of the channel. You have fantastic instincts for piecing concepts together. Almost every section was something I was already familiar with in a different context, and this documentary was the thread connecting them all.
Join us on a journey into a place of hidden knowledge. A place where science is stranger than fiction.
There's a man named Michael with a vision to show. Building towards a goal, he's got the spark, dreaming of a future that'll light up the dark. But on the other side, Bill Nye's on the rise with his laptop charts. He's got down all the lines, and it just fits. It's all in the map. You can't pull from the ether, you're just chasing a path. But oh, Michael's rising like a morning sun. With the power of ether, he will be outdone. Now stand up and shout, let the truth be unfurled. Feel the energy flow, let's change the world. In the heart of a life, the tension was thick. Skeptics gathered round the table ready to pick. Chose your fruit, but let the taste clear. And I find the stream, you're just chasing a spin. The Michael smile by, with fire in his eyes. Just watch as I spin, let the naysayers cry. You're spinning fast, and a heart full of fight. I'll show you the power that's hidden inside. Oh, Michael's rising like the morning sun. With the power of ether, he will be outdone. Well, stand up and shout, let the truth be unfurled. Feel the energy flow, let's change the world. Can't crook sensation. Everyone needs just a little foundation. Feel the pulse, divine sensation. Everyone needs just a little salvation. Majestic moments in cosmic flight, holding on to stars of starlight. There's a light within the dark waves, guided by echoes of ancient ways. Unify our reflection, with everything there's a connection. Feel the pulse, divine sensation. Everyone feels the goodness of our invitation.
Nope.
Right on. So if I go here, all right, the little traditional cap here. So if I'm gonna start by talking about Salvatore Pais. Apparently, he works for the United States Space Force. The guy doesn't know what he's talking about. So I just want to clarify here. I'm happy for him that he's happy about his work, but I just want to clarify that when he talks about the super force is just C exponent 4 divided by the Newton's gravitational constant. That gives 1.22 times 10 to the 44 joules per meter. And this is a theoretical value. This that represents the linear energy density that we are in, that the cosmos is in, that represents the vacuum energy, the 0 point energy, or call it whatever you want. It's all the same. And but the theoretical limit is way too high because it's higher than the black hole limits. You know, the black hole limits, which is 6 times 10 to the 43 joules per meter, which is, and how can a black hole be lesser than what we are in? Makes no sense. And if you calculate the Earth's gravitational field, just the energy of the gravitational field of the Earth is 2 times 10 to the 4 joules per meter. So there's an order of magnitude of 40 difference here, which is ridiculous. So that leads to the vacuum catastrophe. The Einstein's mathematics predicts that the dark energy density is very high. It's like even higher than what I'm talking about here, and what is measured is like completely the opposite. So the theoretical limit makes no sense, and Salvatore Pais keeps talking about that in his debates. He wants to debate. Well, why does I'm challenging him? Well, why doesn't he come to your show, Mike, and challenge me right here on your show? I'm not gonna go on his show. He's the one who should come here.
Yeah.
So
well, I've never really put a shout out to him. I don't really have his contacts, so
yeah, no, but I know he's watching, but if he doesn't want to debate me, then he should go on cosmoquest.org and debate against all the anonymous physicists in the social public forum there. It's made for that. It's made to debate. So he should stop like making noise and just take some action here. So yeah, he doesn't know what he's talking about because the theoretical limit makes no sense. If we have that amount of energy, then I mean, we should definitely harness. We should be capable to harness all the energy, but and the values, what I'm talking about when I talk about the force field, it affects directly the force field because like this week I bought the GPS dough with the oven cook oscillator, and I did try to measure the time dilation of a home electric current that is 120 volts and 15 amps. And I did try to hover the power cable next to the GPS door clock, and I didn't see anything. I didn't see any change, so it's not precise enough. Unfortunately, I need the GPS door with the rubidium atomic clock. Is a lot more precise, but this one goes around the 10th or the 100th of parts per billion, which is the something around a millihertz, something like that. So if the precision is lower than a millihertz, then I'm not going to be able to measure the difference. It's not going to be precise enough, unfortunately. So I need to
get a more sensitive.
Yeah, like I need to get the more sensitive one with the rubidium atomic clock, but I'm not going to do that right now. I just wanted to give a heads up here. If anybody else want to try this experiment, then this is important information I'm giving you right now. And yeah, and to go back to my calculations, here I'm having very nice calculations here that one sec. See, I'm gonna show you. So this is the time dilation factor of a 15 amps 15 amps home current. So if the linear energy density is very low, I think that's the correct value here. 1 times 10 to the minus 3 coulombs per meter, which if it's very low, then the time dilation factor is gonna stay at 0 here. It's gonna be very strong. You know, the time dilation effect is gonna be very strong, and it's gonna be sorry, not this one. Yeah, it's gonna be very strong, and it's gonna be effective for like 100,000 meters. You know, so if the linear energy density, then the time dilation factor will be effective for 100,000 meters, which makes no sense. But if it's extremely high, if it's extremely high, like 1,000, for example, coulombs per meter, then it's going to be closer to 1 here. If I see the blue line on the top of the graph here, it's actually I'm going to zoom in. So the time dilation factor will be less effective, which makes more sense. So, but if it's too high, if it's way too high, then the time dilation factor will be completely ineffective. So that's why, but the real value of that linear energy density, I'm not sure what it is yet, because that's what I wanted to measure with the GPS device. Unfortunately, it's not precise enough. But I'm not sure about the required current to generate the force field I was talking about last week. I'm not sure what is the exact current that we need. Last week I said some number, but I got the calculation wrong. But now the theory, I got theoretical value, but it makes no sense. So it's something in between. The value is in between, and that's what I'm trying to narrow down right here. And also to talk about the I did review the annihilation the annihilation of an electron and a positron. Earlier I was telling you guys that the electric field was responsible to convert into kinetic energy, but that was wrong. I was wrong. I made my mistake. That's not what happened. I made the correction and I made the calculation this time to make sure that I was right. What actually happens when you have a charge 1 and charge 2, the x-axis is charge 1 and the y-axis is charge 2, and the z-axis is the resulting energy, then the energy that comes out of the charges being close together, very close together, that would, for a distance of 1 centimeter. So when you have charges that are exactly have the same amplitude but the opposite sign, then they will create an outburst of energy. That's because of the time dilation here. It will create an outburst of negative energy, and that negative energy will convert into kinetic energy, and that's the kinetic energy that will give the speed of the photon, or the resulting photon. So not sure if you guys remember I don't have that annihilation picture anymore, but let me find it here. Annihilation. Yeah, not that, but yeah, yeah, so no, not that one. It's more this one here is good. Yeah, so that's a pair production, but the reverse of that is yeah, so this one here.
Yeah, that's the one you showed earlier.
Yeah, that was the one. So you have an electron and a positron. They clash. They merge together, and all of a sudden they gain that they convert into a photon, and they magically gain that c speed here, that light speed. But why? Where's that coming from? Yeah.
Sorry to cut you off. So that would be charge acceleration, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that's exactly. That's when you get two charges of the same value but the opposite sign, you're gonna have an outburst of negative energy. You see the vertical axis, the Z value. You're gonna have an outburst of
negative energy.
Negative energy, and that's what gives the speed to the photon.
Right now, give me. Would this be fair to say that in regular physics, they don't even look at this, or do they?
No. No, mainstream physics. They never. They think that C is a universal constant, but it's not a constant. It's the result of this graph here. It can be derived with this graph, this equation on top actually.
It's a pretty long equation, but like my point is the fact that they don't even recognize this. All they're looking at is the positive on the z-axis.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
That's their reality. That's the reality. A positive on the z-axis, not a negative on the z-axis.
Yeah, exactly. So they don't even consider negative energy. But you were right. There is a negative energy.
Yeah. Oh, yes, there is. Yeah.
Yeah. And I did the maths. I did the maths and the integrity check here. If I calculate the V here, the V equals to 2.99 blah blah times 10 to the 8 meters per second, which is exactly the value of the speed of light. So when I do an integrity check, I get exactly the speed of light. If I convert the resulting energy here, negative energy, into speed, then I get the speed of light into kinetic energy. Sorry, if I convert this energy outburst into kinetic energy,
right,
and I solve the speed, then I get the speed of light.
Now, I'm going to add something to this. So when you have a coil, right, an inductor, and you're pumping pulsed DC power into that inductor, when you shut the power off, you're getting a field collapse. And that field collapse goes to the middle of the coil. And that center point where everything collapses into in magnetics, they call that the Bloch wall. Okay.
Yeah.
This is where the negative energy rebounds. Okay. Because it can't go past the Bloch wall. When you got two of the same charge and they meet, when they collapse at the Bloch wall in the middle, it can't go past that. Okay. So that is the result of what we call back EMF, because when those two charges collapse and hit the Bloch wall, right, they can only go this way, back out. So it's a rebound of negative energy in the positive z-axis. Okay. That's what they call back EMF.
That makes so much sense.
Right?
You know, like when it's explained like that, it makes so much sense. You know,
Right.
like if
Because,
Phil's
like,
saying what you're saying about, you know, like.
Thank you. So when you get a magnet, right, with a magnetic field, the direct center of that magnet, that's the Bloch wall. That's where the positive and negative meet in a magnet.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So you have a separation. There's a center point of a magnet where when you cross the line, you're going from north to south. That's where the difference of the poles make, right? Same thing goes in a coil, okay? But the only difference is when you got two charges coming from the opposite ends of the coil, and the coil is polarized. It's a magnet. It's got the magnetic field going from the North Pole to the South Pole, exactly like a magnet. And when the field collapses to the Bloch wall, the center of that coil, it can't go past that. It has to go back out. That's why we call it a back EMF.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So that's basically where we get the extra energy from, is because when it hits the Bloch wall, you don't need any more power. The power is off. And when it hits that charge, when it collapses, it's got kinetic energy. It hits the Bloch wall and goes, oh my God, I can't go any further. Boom.
Yeah.
Comes flying back out. That's the power. That is where the over unity of a coil takes place.
Oh,
That
yeah.
rebound, the rebound coming back out.
No,
Is it faster than light?
Oh,
the speed of that?
nanoseconds. Yeah,
Okay, so it
it's-
is faster than light.
It's extremely fast. And
Interesting.
extremely powerful. The bigger inductor you have, the bigger that rebound is. Now, what I also found out, the back EMF increases not on the length of the coil, it's the diameter of the coil. So say you got a 2-inch diameter and you got a 4-inch diameter coil. The 4-inch diameter coil will have a higher back EMF.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
With higher amplitude.
Right. And because of that amplitude and the velocity of the field collapse makes the back EMF that much stronger.
That makes a lot of sense to me.
Right.
A lot of the stuff you say goes over my head because it's like I'm not as smart as you guys, but that makes sense.
Think about it. When Tesla was making his coils, they weren't this big. They were this big.
Hey, yeah. Yep.
Right.
And his pancake coil was a spiral shape, you know?
Yep.
He had a
diameter.
Mm-hmm.
The bigger the diameter, the larger the back EMF spike is. That's why he was getting such an enormous amount of current coming back. That's why some of his Tesla coils were producing 2,500 amperes.
Wow. Yeah, that kind of aligns with some of my observations with the rodent coil, the vortex coil, because it's basically a pancake coil in 3-dimensional toroidal shape. You know,
Right.
It's like it's a kind of in that way it's kind of an extension of the pancake coil, but
you know what? What you're doing is you're creating a magnetic field in a 3D geometry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, he's working on a linear plane. The rodent coil is in a 3D. So, in my personal opinion, the pancake coil is a lot more powerful than the rodent coil because of that fact.
with what he was doing with it, yes, I think you're right.
Yes,
because, but also, I think they can both be used in tandem to do some amazing stuff outside of what he was doing. You know.
Well, you know what, rodent coils, like for power generation, I'm still on the fence with rodent coil. As far as creating fields, then yeah.
So I haven't actually even tapped the surface of what Daniel Nunes claimed about the coil. I mean, you know, he claims that any true vortex coil has the ability of anti-gravitic properties, right? It has the ability to lift itself.
Sure it
and I have no idea how that would work. But you know, there's so many different properties to these coils. But at the end of the day, the stuff that I'm doing with them is not disruptive to the energy grid or anything. Like, we're just doing alternative, energy recycling, just try to get a little bit more efficiency out of your system. It's nothing revolutionary in that sense, that like what Tesla was doing with wireless energy. But
this is my opinion, not to knock your work at all. But if you're looking for power gain, the rodent coil is not the way to go. Unfortunately, that's my opinion. Some other people might beg to differ, but that's just my opinion, and don't take it as criticism, please. That's not what I'm trying to do.
No, we got to work with what we see, and if I can't get the kind of energy gains that I need to for a scooter, then I am going to pivot to a different, technology for that. You know what I mean?
Each coil configuration has a specific thing that it is
a purpose.
Good for.
Exactly. Right. So if you want to Right, if you want to take like a single 12-volt battery, 20 amp hour to a camping trip and power your lighting, for like the entire week, 40 hours, this system is perfect for that, and you don't have to recharge the battery at all. So
yeah. But I'm not discouraging you from working on the rodent coil at all.
No, we've had some
It's you know what, I think the rodent coil is very good for you. For this reason and this reason, it's teaching you the fields.
Yes. No, you're exactly right. It's teaching me how the energy is working and flowing, and how to work with it and not against it. And we've gotten some really interesting effects with the dual thief setup, and the wireless pickup method. And I think that might be actually the way to go in maximizing the efficiency of the system. And honestly, Yeah, I've done a test, and we kind of partially closed the loop. You know, we went. I mean, if you want me to go into the details real quick, so the typical operating consumption for my single Lightning Thief device is 40 millivolts per hour on the battery. So every hour, yeah, it's nothing. But by making some adjustments, we managed to reduce that to 30 millivolts per hour. Recently, I thought I had, further reduced that consumption with the Paradox box, but it turns out that was a misreading. But we're now feeding the Dual Thief directly back into the battery. And when it comes to the energy consumed by the system, it's powering my 40-watt panel at 6.5% brightness and a 0.6 watt LED light bulb. But the only comparable devices I found were very small ones that accept that kind of low energy consumption, like low-tech wristwatches we're talking about is the only thing comparable that'll accept that kind of energy and still run. So ChatGPT mentioned that finding a Joule Thief circuit that operates on just 30 millivolts per hour is extremely rare, if not impractical, as most setup circuits need at least 200 to 300 millivolts to start oscillating. I haven't found any devices that can run on such a small amount of energy.
What is your actual output on the Joule Thief? Have you actually recorded, voltage and current?
Yes, and we've gotten mixed results because we measured the DC and the AC, and they're different, obviously, but we're still picking up AC on the battery, which is weird.
Right. Okay, so what you want to do is on the output, of your setup, put it through a full-wave bridge rectifier, put it through a very large capacitor, and then put it through another bridge rectifier again.
So yeah, you recommended that. We took out the capacitor in the middle, and just with the 2 full bridge, we got it up to 80 volts from 38. So
there you go. Okay,
yeah.
So 80 volts. Now what's your current?
So I wasn't able to actually measure a lot of current, and but I wasn't measuring it correctly. I need to measure it with a 1 ohm resistor, I believe, in the oscilloscope.
A 1 ohm resistor, or you can buy a really good DC to DC watt-hour meter. They use it for RC stuff. If you feed that in there, it can accept up to 50 volts. So you might have to scale it back or put a little bit of a resistor on your input for that watt-hour meter. And that will give you an idea of the voltage, current, and it'll work out the watts in real time.
So when we measured, when we measured the single Lightning Thief output with a 1 ohm resistor, I got around like 84 milliamps. So it was registering, a little bit of current, but it was hard to nail it down exactly because,
See, that's the reason why you need the capacitor.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right.
Like I said, put it through a full wave bridge, put it into a large capacitor, okay, and then put it in another bridge rectifier again, and then take your reading off of that. The reason for it is this: when it goes into the capacitor and releases the energy flow is going to give you a more accurate reading of true watts out, or amperage coming out of the system. Because like if you discharge a capacitor really fast, it could be 80 volts, but when you discharge it really fast, it could be as high as 100 amps. Right?
Interesting.
But if you got a continuous flow going through that capacitor and then take your reading off that, it might give you a way better, more accurate amperage output. So that's the reason why I said bridge rectifier, capacitor, bridge rectifier. I said it for that reason. That reason is to get a proper voltage and amperage output reading.
And we're gonna need that for the Beta Blocks presentation for sure. And so that's what I'm gonna be working on. Just so you know, so I'll probably be reaching out to you if I have any questions regarding that.
See, the other way you can look at it too, those spikes of 80 volts that are coming off it, they're transient. They're transient, right? So the capacitor takes it from being transient into true power.
Right. And you're changing the frequency, and I guess that's what converts the voltage into amperage, right?
Well, not even that. You're changing the energy density
Mm.
of the power coming in. So you got a high frequency, high voltage going into the cap. The cap absorbs it, absorbs that energy. So say it's 1200 microfarad. Now you've got a charge density of 1200 microfarad inside the cap. Now the meter can take a proper reading of the flow. You see?
Before the capacitor or after the capacitor?
After the capacitor. After
Right.
the capacitor. Yeah.
So going back to the actual like energy that it's using from the battery, like I haven't really found any other devices that are comparable that can run this kind of lighting and drain the battery so so insignificantly. But I just wanted to update you guys because I did feed the dual thief output directly back into the battery just to see what would happen. And it wasn't like rectified or anything. It was just a pulse signal, and it did bring down the 40 millivolt per hour to 20 millivolts. So it was pretty cool.
Yeah, the other thing is a failsafe too. When you do rectifier, capacitor, rectifier, you've changed the symmetry of that power. You'll have no problems feeding it right back into your source battery again.
Right, you can do it with a DC current instead of a pulse, that's just coming out of the exactly, and it'll probably be more stable. But I've been testing the pulse signal too, and it's interesting because I didn't think that it would be significant, and it did. It kind of like halved it. So I'm gonna continue to tweak it and mess with the rectifiers and all that stuff, and I'm sure that we can maybe even close it entirely. I don't know.
Yeah. See, when I did it with the Renegade device, everybody's bugging me. Loop it. I was going looping, just listen to loop it.
I know.
So I said, fine. So I came up with that method of looping it by changing the symmetry with the rectifier and the capacitor setup. I looped it back. Lo and behold, the current coming off the battery that's running the thing went down. My motor speeds up.
Interesting.
See what happened?
Yeah. Huh.
Is it draining the battery faster?
No, it's draining it less.
Yeah, it's taking less strain on the battery, so it's able to freely spin faster? Is that what's happening?
Well, no, it's adding the power to the circuit and just it's recycling the power coming back in.
So, okay, I see what you're saying.
The battery, instead of going directly in the battery, what a certain percentage of it is, but most of it really gets recycled and just bypasses the battery and goes right back into the circuit again.
Nice.
So the motor speeds up, the current demand off the battery goes down.
That's cool.
I've done this level,
Okay.
right?
I just wanted to end with my theory of why my vortex coil kind of like operates the way it does. And I guess my ongoing theory is that at this time, the vortex geometry of the coil, combined with the 180 degrees phase shift between the two channels, it's establishing a 0 point on the equatorial plane between the two counter-rotating fields. And since this 0 point is a null zone, it throws out radiant energy. And this could explain why we're seeing more back EMF than traditional systems. And I think Malcolm came on my stream the other day and kind of like, verified some of my lecture about that. So that made me a little more confident in my theory.
Do you have an RF meter or Tesla magnetic field meter?
No, that's something that I need to get. It's on my list.
Yeah, get one because like I do some tests on some of my devices, and I was standing about 2-3 feet away from my device and still getting readings. So
yeah, I do have an electric and a magnetic field meter.
So yeah,
I'll have to get with you, Phil.
It's a small meter. It's only about this big. You just hold it, and the light will start beeping when it detects a field. It'll tell you how many Tesla is picking up, right? And it's a Gauss meter, Thanks meter, electronic Gauss meter. So you could see how far that field is emanating away from the rodent coil. The biggest
something that
field
we need.
I ever
Yeah.
produced, biggest field I ever produced was 4.5 feet away.
That's
I was
pretty
actually
big.
Quite surprised. Yeah.
Yeah.
I took one time one of those meters and I went up on a mountain where there's those huge receivers, and I wanted to see that thing. My God, that thing was like it was
going off like
bringing,
crazy.
yeah, like I almost even dropped it. Like the thing was like it was going like that, you know. It was getting like those really strong readings. So yeah, they're nifty gadgets.
It's dirty RF, right? It's just emitting.
So, the dead end channel said on my chat, the AC on the battery means the battery plates are ringing, and that makes sense. You know, you're picking up an AC signal right off of the battery terminal. That's not, that's not common, but it makes sense if you're, in full resonance.
If you're, see, the thing is too, a lot of people don't realize, when you're working with the lead acid battery, right, you're getting a reaction of the battery chemistry inside. So what will actually happen if you get the right frequency going, you'll have several effects happen, like Bandini was doing. Desulfation of your plates inside the battery. Right? That will actually start to happen. Number two, the chemistry, the lead acid, you'll actually get it bubbling. You'll actually start to boil inside.
You think it's like cavitating, maybe?
Yeah, it's creating a cavitation inside the
Wow.
lead acid battery. So depending on the battery you're using, gives you different effects of that, that power that's coming back into the battery, right?
Right. Yeah, we just tried I did a quick test the other day just to see if it would charge, pulse charge any low tech equipment, and it did. The system, I unplugged it from the lights and it was charging my oscilloscope, my small handheld one, pretty fast for a pulse charge actually. So it was pretty cool to see that.
Yep.
And I guess I heard that pulse charges are a little bit healthier for lithium, or can be if done correctly. Is that?
You have to be careful with the lithium. Lithium gets very unstable. They have to be pulse charged properly. That's why you get the problems with the lithium runaway, right? You get the overheating of the lithium. It has to do with the lithium itself. It heats up.
So is there a specific range that I should stay in, or regarding frequency?
I don't really dabble too much with lithium. Like I'll play with the lithium iron phosphate battery, but not a pure lithium battery.
Well, hopefully the oscilloscope doesn't blow up. It seems to be stable.
Yeah. Well, if it's not heating up, you're okay. Just monitor the heat.
Okay. Yeah. No, that makes sense. I'll keep the eye on the heat.
Heat in a battery is not good for any battery.
It seemed to be staying cool. So yeah, it seemed to be actually charging pretty healthily for a pulse signal.
John Smith did a very cool idea when he was looping his system back because of the high frequency he was using. What he did was he got two diodes, positive and the negative. He would flip them. So one diode is on the negative side of the positive. He just flipped them like this and put that wire going back to the battery. What happens is, in theory, the lights shouldn't light up. Only one light should light up. But if you got it right and it's charging properly, both lights are on.
Wow. And I already have one of the high-speed diodes on the positive when I fed it back, but I don't have one on the negative. I'll try that.
So
that's interesting.
If you got that right power coming back to your battery. Do that trick with the two diodes flipped, positive to negative on both sides. Hook it up. If both LED lights go on, that means you got the right type of frequency of that power coming back. So that means it's going in both directions. Power coming out, power going in. You got a two-way street.
Yeah. Yeah, and with the back EMF, you want to keep an eye on the negative as well. The negative line.
Yeah, exactly. So,
yeah, no, I've been taking. Oh, I was just sorry. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, I've been taking current measurements on the negative. Is that something that you would recommend as well?
Sorry, say that again.
I was taking current measurements from the negative line as well as the positive. Like, is that something that you would do as well or recommend, or does it really not matter?
I do it myself just to see what's happening on the negative, because like especially in the Don Smith stuff, you have to have earth ground, and that's where you can really pull a lot of power into the circuit. And that was another reason why Don Smith did that trick with the LEDs. He flipped them.
Yeah, I know. Michel has got two earth grounds. He got certs for them to put them in his backyard or whatever, so he can use them. So he's got utilizing 2 grounds. So I'd like to do that, and see what kind of power we can pull.
Yeah. Okay, I got a couple things I want to present here.
Sure.
The pyramids of Giza. There was a huge discovery made in the last week. They had 2 guys go in with a special radar system, and I'm just going to show you and see if you guys can figure out what they found.
A gravity well?
Okay, this is under the pyramid. All right, I'm going to put it full screen here. All right. They found a structure 2 kilometers deep below the pyramid. A shaft, a hollow shaft below the pyramid. This is the second largest of the 3 pyramids at Giza. So let's go here. Okay, can you guys see this?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to play this video here.
You there?
Hold on a second, guys. Something went wrong here. Just going to back up here. Try my screen share again. All right. Can you guys see it? The pyramid?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Corrado Malanga from the University of Pisa and Filippo Biondi, involved in radar and remote sensing research with the University of Strathclyde, published peer-reviewed research in 2022 via MDPI entitled Synthetic Aperture Radar Doppler Tomography Reveals Details of Undiscovered High-Resolution Internal Structure of the Great Pyramid of Giza. Their research was conducted using SAR data, synthetic aperture radar, along with proprietary software developed by Filippo Biondi that transforms the radar signals into phononic information, which allows for the detection of millimetric vibrations. This cutting-edge technology is capable of revealing underground structures invisible to traditional methods and revealed internal structures never seen before. Having established their expertise in using SAR to explore pyramid structures non-invasively, a recent press release on their current project was released last Saturday. This March 15th press release summarized the key findings in the team's research of the second largest pyramid of the Giza Plateau, known as the Khafre Pyramid. And what they found was astonishing. The analysis of dozens of tomographic SAR images obtained from different angles enabled the 3D reconstruction of inside the pyramid of Khafre and deep beneath the surface of the plateau. Near the base of the pyramid, 5 identical structures are seen, connected by geometric pathways. Inside each of these are 5 horizontal levels and a sloping roof. Below these 5 structures are 8 cylindrical structures, which appear to be vertical wells, hollow inside, and surrounded by descending spiral pathways. These 8 vertically aligned cylindrical structures, arranged in 2 parallel rows from north to south, descend to a depth of 648 meters, where they all merge into 2 large cubic structures, measuring approximately 80 meters per side. The entire structure extends approximately 2 kilometers beneath the surface and extends beneath all 3 pyramids of the Giza Plateau complex. Mainstream Egyptology tells us that the Giza pyramids were tombs for pharaohs Khufu, Khafre, and Menkaure, and that they were built around 2500 BC using ramps, sledges, and levers. But the redundant mathematics in their construction, which include pi, the golden ratio, and the speed of light, along with the testimony of today's expert architects, suggests that the official story does not hold up. The massive underground structure revealed by the recent SAR data shows what appears to be a mechanical or functional system, and this has been hypothesized in the past. Nikola Tesla believed that the pyramids could harness Earth's natural frequencies. This arguably inspired his experiments in wireless energy transmission and scalar waves. In the Giza power plant, Christopher Dunn argued that the Great Pyramid was a power-generating machine using resonant and acoustic forces to convert mechanical stress into electricity. In the Giza Death Star, Joseph Farrell proposed that the Great Pyramid of Giza was a weapon of mass destruction using a type of physics that he calls paleophysics to focus energy as a scalar weapon. The cylindrical wells could be conduits for energy or sound waves, and the cubic structures might serve as energy storage or stabilization units, akin to components in a large-scale weapon or generator. And the detection of vibrations in the pyramid's internal structures reflects all of these ideas. The Khafre project hopes to plan an excavation in order to discover more about this underground structure, but history shows that this will be very difficult to get approval for. Greg Reese reporting.
Why is everybody not there?
Wow, we're here. We're just like, wow, it's really.
This is.
Yeah, it was mind blowing.
Yeah.
I don't know.
This is
why,
huge.
Can you? Can you guys? Hold on here.
On here.
I don't know why we're not up on this thing.
Angela.
It's okay. Give them a moment, everybody.
I don't know what's going on here.
What?
Why is this going? Why is nobody on the screen?
It's working.
Okay.
There we go.
I don't. Oh, hold on. Duh. Okay, I got it. I know. What am I doing? I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just eating puffs. So, what do you think of that? That's pretty wild, eh?
That's big. That's huge.
That's huge.
Yeah.
2 kilometers down.
I wonder what the spiral staircase is made out of.
Yeah, that's
I think it's a coil system. I think it's a conductor.
Yeah, it might not be a staircase.
Is it metal? Is it copper?
Maybe,
is it gold?
maybe there was liquid mercury that went through there.
Wow.
What'd you think, Phil?
Yeah, I mean that's. I didn't know. I know what I'm gonna look at tomorrow after my training. I'm gonna look at that deeper. It's very interesting. I don't know what to say because I don't know.
I think that's a huge discovery. They prove that there is definitely something below the pyramids.
Yeah, 2 kilometers, like below.
1.5 miles.
Yeah, but
all the things like, is it an opening to the hollow earth? Down there.
What you're looking at is an ancient Wardenclyffe Tower.
Yeah, grounding system.
Tesla. How do you think Tesla's system works? He took it from the pyramids.
Yeah, somehow he knew that they were grounding it that way.
Well, it's like Nathan's device that gets the energy from the mud.
Yeah, exactly.
Tesla, when he made Wardenclyffe, right? Most of his devices, he set up near huge bodies of water. So Wardenclyffe, I think it's on Long Island, if I'm not mistaken. His ground system, not only that it went far down, but also he had a huge bus bar going out into the ocean. What a better ground system than the ocean.
But so how long did you say it was? Like 2 kilometers or something? That's crazy. But that's at that level. If you're in the desert, you're gonna hit water sources that deep.
I don't care what anybody says. That is not a human-made structure. It is impossible for humans to have constructed something like that.
Yeah.
That is alien. It's extraterrestrial, with technology way far beyond what we were. We couldn't do that today.
Yeah.
Right.
2 kilometers is really that's deep. Like really.
1.5 miles.
Yeah, there's a reason why nobody's replicated the Great Pyramid, because we can't do it today, like you said. Let alone that 2 kilometers.
It is doable. It is doable, but you have to have a tyrant, and we all have to be slaves. Nobody gets paid. Nobody gets work. It can be done, but modern day,
That's true, Lulu. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Touche.
I'm just gonna scoot out for a quick smoke. You guys just carry on.
No, it's just a joke. Don't. It's just a joke. I don't want to get political, but can you imagine if the Ukrainians are losing the war against the Russians and become their slaves? I don't want to. No, I love Ukrainians, but they just. But if you go back 2,000 years ago, or 4,000 years ago, that's how it was. You go to war against somebody, you lose it, and you become their slaves.
You're exactly right. And we need to heed history's warnings and pay attention to those patterns if they happen,
Yeah.
I think now we're much more integrated to, where others would kind of object to that,
Yeah.
Like there was no media, there was no televised things, there was no,
That's true. There might be more of a backlash, and, they got to be more political and more, what's the word?
we might put tariffs if they don't, become civilized. We might.
Right.
Yeah.
Diplomatic. That's the word I was looking for. Diplomatic.
But yeah, that's really amazing. I like it for that time. I think Mike is right. Like, there has to be some extraterrestrial aid to build something like that. Like,
I will not rule it out.
You
see what it says right here? I want to believe.
I already believe. It's not I want to believe. I already believe. I'm 100% believer in that. So,
There's
I think I know why people before were always at war. It's because their food was so bad, you know, that they got frustrated very easily, you know. They were eating something, some chicken, some raw chicken, and it's like,
it's like, our food's bad. Let's invade the French to get all their good food. Oh man.
You know that's probably not too far from the truth. Like, yeah, the motivator.
Yeah, we're laughing, but Lulu, you're probably right.
Motivator.
Yeah, it is. It's a big motivator. It's a big motivator of mine.
Exactly. Even in modern days, it's a motivator.
You can't bribe me with money, but maybe a ham sandwich? No.
So don't give Ben a bologna sandwich or he's gonna get mad.
I might get flatulent.
I mean, think about it. If somebody invites you to like something, you know, not so cool, you'd be like, you know what? It's a long drive. Nah, it's all right. I don't want to. You know, I don't feel like it. But if it's really good food, you're probably willing to like drive 2 hours just to eat something good. You know?
Oh yeah. If I got money for the Cheesecake Factory, you best believe I'm driving 2 hours.
Are there cheesecake factories in Minnesota?
Oh, you mean in Michigan?
Michigan, yeah.
Yeah, we got a couple. Oh, they're so good.
Yeah.
Their cheesecake is good, yeah.
Mm-hmm. They got such good food and amazing desserts. Yeah, but it's just a little expensive. But every time I can, celebrate with Cheesecake Factory, it's a good place to, make a reservation for a date.
Yeah. So it's the same principle, She's not gonna get mad at you if you cool her off with some good quality food.
Butter cheesecake is the key.
Hey, Crypto, he's joining in 15 minutes. Awesome. Good to have you here, brother.
Yeah, make some noise, Bernie. You missed my part, unfortunately. I did my challenge, so let's rewind it if you want to hear it. Against Salvatore Pais.
He laid down to SmackDown.
I'm gonna do the X Factor.
Snap into that Slim Jim, man. Oh yeah.
So the negative energy gets added on to the total sum, because energy is energy, whether it's positive or negative, it's still energy.
Yeah, exactly. So negative energy is just gonna go in the other direction. That's about it,
But if you add the total sum, it would be both. But mainstream just uses the positive and never adds in the negative. So
exactly.
You're really it's missing part of the total value of energy,
Yeah, exactly.
You're absolutely right.
They can't derive the speed of light, so they say that it's a universal constant. I just derived it. It's not a universal constant. It's the result of the equations that I just gave, and I checked the integrity, and it works. I get the exact speed of light that I was looking for. So
when you were saying 10 to the power of 44, you said that's like an impossible unit,
Yeah, joules per meter.
Okay, so where is it still measurable? 10 to the power of 23 or 33? Like where do we say is it?
43 is the black hole. Here, okay. I'll show the image again. It's very I don't know if I can share it because Mike is
Hey, I caught you guys going off the rails without me. How dare you?
Yeah. Can you show? Can you mind sharing my screen again?
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah. So the Planck constant is 10 to the 44 joules per meter.
Okay.
The black hole is 10 to the 43 joules per meter. Neutron star is 10 to the 33 joules per meter. So you're not going to tell me that the Salvatore Paya's super force is stronger than a neutron star. You know, it's
well, if you listen to Tesla described light as waves that, propagating through the medium, the aether, and the speed of anything is determined by the density of the medium it's going through, right? So
yeah, exactly.
It makes sense.
That's why there's variable speed of light. The first Einstein paper that he released on light bending was based on variable speed of light, and that's exactly what finite theory is based on, variable speed of light, because it's proportional to the energy density. So the denser the environment is, the slower the light will travel at.
So when there's like like those nebulas, the gases, the light travels slower. So
Yeah.
for us, it would show sometime. Does the color have anything to do with the speed of light? Is that why we see them more on the reddish side versus, or that is a different thing?
That's an excellent question, Lulu, because the speed of light is the light is refracted when it goes through a medium,
Mm-hmm.
and the higher the frequency of the speed of the light is, the less it's gonna bend. So the lower the frequency is, the more it's gonna bend, because it travels slower. It actually is the speed of red light is slower than the blue light. Not by a measurable factor here, but if you get the distance, if we talk about the distance of the supernova that exploded away a billion years ago, then you will measure a difference between the different colors of the light. And I think I talked about that before. It's written in my paper. So for a supernova that exploded like trillions of light years ago, the we get different colors at different times. So there's a delta time, a delta seconds between the colors, which proves that the speed of light is different based on its color, and it plays a role with the refraction. If light goes through a medium or a prism, then it's gonna deflect differently based on depending on its color, because the speed is gonna be different. So yeah, I'll try to do a cleaner presentation at some point, because what I'm talking about is a little bit scattered, and I'll do a cleaner presentation at some point with all these
But
this
it still
information.
answers my question. Like the color has determinant on distance and density of whatever particles are,
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah, so the speed of light is going to be different. It's gonna deflect differently for a specific medium. When it travels through a specific medium, it's gonna deflect differently because the speed is gonna be different.
Yeah.
So when they say the speed of light is constant, it's not constant. It's variable based on its color. You have variable speed of light, and you can derive the speed of light. I just proved that you can you can derive the speed of light. Tonight, on this March 21st, 2025, it's historical, man. Your show is historical again, Mike.
I'm historical.
Yeah. Just don't get shadow banned, not to get your shows.
I've been shadow banned again. Like I'm stuck on like 32 or 3,300 subscribers, and we were getting good numbers for like viewership and everything. All my numbers are up, but my subscribers have just like stayed there. They're not doing anything. It's discouraging.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people like complain. Like some people, like it just stands still for, like months, before they see something.
Yeah, I'm at 3,370 subscribers. I've been stagnant there for the last 3.5 months.
So, what if we do a little experiment and get all your subscribers, whoever watches, to put their name? Then you can collect the names, call YouTube, and if there's any discrepancies, more than that, you say, why are you jipping me with my subscribers here? I've got legit names that, yeah.
Mike, what you should do is take these League of Extraordinary Inventors podcasts and cut them up with a website called Submagic, and it'll add like all these animations and subtitles in really catchy ways automatically and clip like the best moments, and then you just upload. Yeah, Submagic. Yeah.
Are you talking about black magic with Ouija boards, Ben?
No, nothing like that. Just a little tech magic.
All right, I got it there.
Yeah, and it'll automatically clip like the best like viral moments. It catches with the algorithm and translate everything with subtitles and animations. It's really cool.
Okay, I'll check that out.
And try to upload at least 2 to 3 if you can per day, because it'll split them up into quite a bit. So spread it out.
Right. So you would upload a whole video or just a small portion?
So it would be like a short. It would turn them into shorts. So nothing more than 3 minutes, and then you would upload, 2 to 3 shorts per day, schedule them. And then, you have them scheduled for the whole week, pretty much off of that one podcast you did.
Yeah.
And it'll just keep the algorithm saying, hey, there's more stuff being uploaded, let's share more.
Right.
That's what I've noticed the difference. Yeah, no, it was a tip from Nathan actually, and it's really boosted my numbers.
Yeah. No, like I got good, like all my numbers and like viewership and how long they're logging in for, my click-through rate, everything's like really good, like better than I thought. But my subscribers are like stagnant. They're not going anywhere.
Yeah, and I had the same problem, and it's honestly the algorithm changed. If you don't upload anything, videos or shorts, it like dead channels that don't have anything, they don't share any of the old videos anymore.
Right. All right. I guess I'll have to come up with a plan.
Plan B, Mike's plan B.
You don't want to see my plan B.
Well, I try to promote, you as much as I can on my channel, and sometimes I'll, funnel some of my viewers to your guys' channels as well. So, that networking helps too, the grassroots movement.
And my plan C, you definitely don't want to see.
Does it involve the renegade?
Why do I feel scared now?
Oh, man. You don't want me to pull it out. Sorry. This is a family show here.
Some sort of super coil gun or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know. After 10 o'clock, it turns into Adult Swim.
See me put the CN Tower into an oscillation.
So have you guys heard about them finding a new lithium repository north of Nevada? And it's going to substitute...
Oh, they're all over. Oh, yeah. Thanks for reminding me about that. I've been checking around Ontario. Apparently, about It's about a 3-hour drive from me. The county, get this, it's in an area called Bancroft, which is about 3 hours north of Toronto. Okay. And I was doing a search, and I don't know, I typed in Faraday County. There's a Faraday County in Bancroft. I was like, it's named Faraday. Faraday. Yeah,
Or no,
it's an
Faraday.
actual. Yeah, it's actually a place in Bancroft, Ontario. It's called Faraday County. So I was digging deeper, and it turns out they got a bunch of mines up there that they were using back in the 1940s, 1950s timeframe, and they've been mining uranium, thorium, a whole bunch of like nuclear materials are coming out of this place. And it's only about 3 hours from where I live.
Well,
So
now you know if you need any of that stuff, where to go.
Bancroft, Faraday County. But it was so cool. It was named Faraday County. I'm like, yeah.
It matches the show. Perfect.
I gotta move there.
Yeah, but like they're gonna stop importing from Brazil, Argentina.
We have it all here. We have it all here. Canada is so rich in iron ore and all the nuclear isotopes, thorium. We got lithium here too in Ontario. I didn't know. So it's everywhere. You just, we have such a huge landscape here in Canada, right? We have all the materials, lithium, all the stuff.
Yeah, all the raw resources that you would need.
Like usually where
it's a
the
huge
terrain
list.
Mountainous, like you're gonna find all that stuff. That's what
gold. There's gold everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people don't realize we get like 50% of our energy in America from Canada.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
That much?
Uranium.
Yeah.
Yeah, the uranium. Yeah. It all comes from Canada. We have the largest deposit of uranium in the world.
Wow. I did not know the United States, like, it's...
The States has it too, but not as much as we do. We have, our square kilometers or square miles of land is, we're quite a bit larger than the U.S.
And your guys' power grid infrastructure is a lot better than ours too.
Yeah, we have a very good power grid here. That's why we feed Michigan, New York, Minnesota. It all comes from Ontario, all the power.
I just got word from my construction boys that the Gordie Howe International Bridge to Canada the project should be finishing up within the next 3 to 4 months.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
I know Quebec is feeding New York a lot also. They have a lot of rivers here and a lot of water.
Hydro, all the hydro.
Yeah, dams are one example of over unity. Like they output a lot more.
That's what free energy is. Hydro, it's free energy. It's always flowing. It's always going.
Yep, and that's
energy into it. It's so if anybody says free energy doesn't exist, well, you got solar, you got hydro. You have all these different sources.
Examples of open systems.
Yeah, because it's.
The hydro, the water wheels, right? This is what we're talking about. Water wheels, really. In a way, these existed 200-300 years ago in some parts of the world.
Probably longer.
Yeah, they did know how to harness something back then. Before we even really knew what electricity was. I've seen these in real life, like these big water wheels that are like 300-400 years old and still working. That's the funny thing.
And they can power a lot. They can be used for not just electricity, but to power gears and stuff. Yep.
Well, back in I guess it'd be around the Dark Ages. They were using windmills, and they have these giant slabs of stone.
Mm-hmm.
It would be on a wheel, and it's powered by the windmill, and it goes around in a circular motion around an axis point, they would put grain in there and use this giant wheel to crush all the grain.
Huh.
Wow, that's cool.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Mm.
So they used it for food processing. So, yeah.
I've seen something like that, but I think I've only seen the bottom portion, but not the top cap where you put the grains. And they were talking about it like before they, I think, like, this is, I'm hearing for the first time that it was used. But when you're talking about what you're talking about, I've seen only the half portion, and they were speculating on what it could have been used for, so.
Hmm.
Yeah, the big stones, makes sense. Like,
grinding stones. Yep, break down the foods, grains, wheat, all that stuff to make bread. They were using all this back in the Dark Ages. So, power of wind. Well, the only problem with the power of the wind is the wind's not there. You have no power. Where hydro, or using a river, the power of the river to run a wheel, that's always going to flow. That's free energy right there.
Yeah, you're using the perpetual
Niagara
motion of the
Falls.
Earth or whatever.
Yeah, it is a perpetual motion. There'll be a lot. Niagara Falls can be flowing way after I'm gone. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't like that word because it's attached with negative connotations in the scientific realm. You say perpetual motion and everybody just, they throw you in the crazy bin.
Yeah, it's the stupid religion of science today is so off. They just cannot face the fact that perpetual motion does exist.
It's frustrating, Mike. It really is. And you probably experienced this where you actually have something that, challenges those conventional thinking, those conventional thoughts. And, nobody just gives you the time of day because they don't even want to look at it.
They just flip their nose up and, it's just...
you just explained the epic chat right there.
Oh, man.
Nobody wants to argue there.
They just don't want to accept it. They just don't want to accept the fact that free energy is real and perpetual motion exists. Our universe is a working organism that's been working for well over 13 billion years.
Yeah,
right?
And the best technology comes from nature. The best technology comes from taking what nature does and utilizing it, And
that's what Tesla says. The wheel works of nature, right?
Yeah.
We're going to mimic or tap into the wheel works of nature. He said that for a reason. He didn't say it for just because it sounded good. You know what I mean? Right? Yeah, we laugh about it, but it's absolutely 100% true.
Yeah.
That's how retarded it sounds. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, one of the only audio recordings we have of Tesla is him talking about tapping into the cosmic energy. I implore people to go on YouTube and look that up. It's really interesting.
So that's why I've been really focused on the material sciences, making graphene and making all this stuff, because that's going to be the key to capturing this energy that we know is there, just don't know how to capture it, right?
Yeah.
So until we figure out how to capture this energy, like even the Casimir effect, just having the two plates close together, and then the Casimir forces just push those plates together, which means there's a force on the outside that's pushing those plates together, right?
Yeah, and these are very simple concepts too to wrap your head around. They're not very complex when you actually understand. Like, we're just seeing fractals of nature, and there's nothing really new here. There's the what's going on in the macro is really what's going on in the micro scale, and to understand that, it kind of simplifies things. And
yeah. So, say gravity. I have my theory on what gravity is, and a lot of people don't think that far out because they think gravity only exists on a large body. I think that's false. Gravity also exists in space, but the fact is, when you're on a large body, we can feel it, we can detect it, it's there. But the same gravitational forces still exist in outer space. The reason for it is this. This is kind of based on my quote-unquote theory of gravity. The Earth is spinning at about 500,000 miles per second through space in our orbit around the sun. It takes 1 year, okay? Our whole universe is also in motion, going thousands of miles per second through the void of space. There is motion there. So if there's a little tiny, say, a graviton exists, okay? I kind of believe that, but if you want to get down to the Planck scale, those particles are hitting your body while we're in relative motion, spinning around the sun, as well as the universe going through the void of space at a ridiculous speed. Those tiny little particles that we call muons and quarks and all those are bombarding our body. But in outer space, we can't detect it until we get onto a large body. And we feel those forces because we're drawn to the closest relative ground constant.
That's interesting. So what you're saying is gravity is everywhere. It's just we can detect it on large bodies, kind of analogous to like a wire producing electromagnetic field. But when you spin that in a coil, that's more detectable.
Yeah, it's because we're on a large body, we can feel it. Or because when you get to, I think it's 90 miles from the ground, gravity starts to disappear because our influence of our relative position close to the large body is getting further and further away. So the effects of what we call gravity get less and less as we go higher and higher. Okay? But even in outer space, we're still traveling at thousands of kilometers per hour through space. Right? So here's an idea. Eric Dollard actually made a good analogy of it. Like this bottle of Pepsi here has a lot of potential energy in it. He says if we're traveling through space at 500,000 miles per second around the sun, and we decide to throw this Pepsi off the train, it'll make an explosion probably big enough to wipe out the whole city of Toronto. That's how much power, how much kinetic energy is in this bottle of Coke. We don't think of it because we're on the planet, we're fixed, we're in an arbitrary constant of zero. We think we're at zero, but we're not.
Yeah, that's exactly why the Michelson-Morley didn't work. That's because Michelson-Morley was expecting an absolute ether, but the ether is relative. The ether is relative to the Earth and the sun and so on. So they're all superimposed gravity layers,
right?
That adds on top of each other.
Yeah, I know. There was the experiment was rerun on a different axis, and you're saying that could change depending on maybe like the time of year or something.
Well, I mean, if you do the Michelson-Morley experiment aboard the International Space Station, you will get different results. And
I see what you're saying.
Suggesting for the last 10 years with the mainstream physicists, and they just tried to bury me and shut me off and things like that.
Yeah.
They all know it's not gonna work.
I know how frustrating that is, Phil. So
see, like Dollard was saying about this theory of having this bottle of Pepsi have so much power in it could wipe out a whole city. Is if we were able to throw it off the train to zero, we're a stop, like a ground point. But we don't have that because we're running in relative motion, right? It's like perfect example of it is this: you get in a car and you accelerate really fast, and you get thrown back in the seat, and then when your inertia wears out, goes to zero, you're not glued to your seat anymore. but you're traveling at 100 kilometers an hour.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because
you don't accelerate, you have a constant speed.
Right. So what's happened is now when you slam on the brakes, the car is slowing down because you're applying friction to that motion that you're going in that direction.
So you
But
decelerate.
But as you decelerate, but guess what? Now your body is still going the same speed, so that's why you go forward.
Exactly.
When you slam on the brakes.
Yeah.
Because your body is not being braked. Your inertia of your body continues to go forward.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
Just an idea.
On that note, I have a question. If things all have like a gravity ratio, shouldn't elements in the atmosphere be like for example, the higher you go, less oxygen, because oxygen is a heavier element, but the lighter elements, if theoretically, if we were to go right before the ozone layer, shouldn't we be able like to find hydrogen, helium, like the whole ladder, because of just the atomic mass? It's lighter, it's going to float up.
Well,
right?
all those elements are in space. They all exist.
And the moon, and in like heavier isotopes, and like in heavier compounds as well. It's very great thought, Lulu.
What's going on, Bernie?
Just
Hello,
makes
hello.
sense. Hi,
Hey Bernie, I know you're smart. What's the actual linear energy density on the surface of the Earth? I'm trying to figure that out.
Oh dear, linear density, on compared to what? Like
Just on in terms of joules per meter, because I did try to explain.
So
The
when
beginning
you
of this.
go below in the ocean, you get exponential increase with the differential, and when you go up, you also get exponential increase from the differential into atmosphere, and then you connect the two, and then you get real power right there. So it's like on ground level, I think it's zero, but when you connect into the ground and you connect into the atmosphere, then it goes up a whole lot more, right?
Yeah. Well, it's some sort of energy density, but it's actually what Salvatore Pais keeps talking about, is super force. I kept trying to explain that how because he's using a theoretical limit, and the limit is nonsense. It's greater than a black hole, so it's nonsense. And but I'm trying to get the real value, because it's gonna define the real value is gonna define the strength of my force field that I'm trying to come up with. And that's why it's very important. If it's too low, if the value is too low, my force field is going to be very strong. But if it's too high, my force field is going to be very ineffective.
Well, so then to adjust it, you would put some energy up, like an antenna up or an anchor down over ocean or into the atmosphere to ease or increase, right?
Well, I'm going to increase the strength with the current, like an electric current. The linear energy density is just an ambient value that I'm not sure of, and but to for the strength, I just need to increase the current of the.
I know of a few papers that like show it, because it's like it differs on from sea level, how higher up you go, right? Like it depends on the height of the land of where you are, is one thing that affects it majorly, right?
Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of factors. There's the gravity, the gravitational potential, the electric field, the magnetic field of the Earth, the cosmic energy, the solar the solar energy, then the solar flux. So a lot of things. So, but um, that's why I just wanted to know your opinion because it's a very important value. With that value, it's gonna define the strength of the
Yeah,
force field.
I'll look up afterwards for you, and I'll get it ready for like an email you or something. The papers that I've read on it from before that are a little older that were like measuring it and like calculating different aspects of it.
Oh,
They
cool.
did
Thanks.
they did a lot of it in like the 1800s to like early 1900s. It's in a lot of the science books from back then.
Okay, but I guess it's uh, yeah. If it's too theoretical, I'm afraid it's gonna be offset. But if it's measured,
No, it's all measured stuff. Like they literally measure the differential from the ground up
oh,
into the
okay.
atmosphere and like give you different equations on how to actually calculate it and stuff.
Oh, cool. Awesome. All right. Thanks.
No problem, my friend.
So I did some work on my Earth batteries. I got 5 cells going now, and I'm running a
Very nice
capacitor bank with a chaser light on it. So these are putting out about 9 volts.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
That's really cool. 9 volts, and
and
it's
I watered these.
Wait,
3
9
days
volts
ago.
each?
The whole setup.
Oh, the whole set. Okay.
Yeah.
And you watered them how long ago?
3 days ago.
Nice. That's really cool. This is a project I can get my head around.
yeah.
Cool, eh?
Very nice.
Absolutely epic. Like real free energy right there.
Yep. That's about as free as it gets.
Yeah, that's
You know
pretty
what?
cool.
Very nice.
Hey Ben, what were the stuff you were working on Monday? Sorry, I missed the show, but what was it exactly?
Monday. What were we working on Monday? Let's
You
see.
sent an email to everybody.
So that day, I believe we were trying to measure some of the current and voltage coming off of the lightning thief to see if we could get an idea of the efficiency. I believe it was that day we also attempted to partially close the loop with the paradox box, but that turned out to be a misreading. I've since corrected that and just I'm not using the paradox box right now. So basically just what we went over earlier.
Okay. The Pandora's box or the paradox box?
Yeah, either or. Honestly, we can't really market these things as, with the names that I have. If we want to like put them in the Coil Kits lab shop, a lot of devices already have like there's already a lumen lamp and there's already a paradox box, puzzle box, toy or whatever. So, if we want to put them on the Coil Kits lab shop, we're gonna have to change the name of some of these things. But they're pretty easy to build. Like if you want to, it's just 2 magnets glued together. I don't know how Michel did it. I'm gonna have to ask him, and maybe we'll put together a tutorial. But he glued, these 2 magnets together, north poles facing each other, and then just wrapped the bifilar coil around it. So it's very simple.
Okay.
Yeah,
Here,
that fascinates me right there with because it was Boyd Bushman that talked about how you force 2 magnets at the same pole together and you get a little bit of an anti-gravitic effect when dropping them, and then by putting the coils around it, having it in the center, that's a very key aspect to go.
Yeah, that's cool. I haven't even considered that. I'll have to look into it. You said it was Boyd? Boyd who?
Boyd Bushman from Skunkworks before he died.
I'll have to check that out. Yeah, because this is a really cool device that Michel sent me, and I have barely scratched the surface of what it's capable of. So I'm going to need your guys' help to try to figure out how to implement this in the best way, for sure. And I appreciate that, Bernie.
Absolutely, Ben. Love the work.
All right. Oh, yeah, we have the lumen lamp here. I put a new battery in it.
The lumen lamp. So what's
Yeah.
powering that bad boy?
So it's got a 12-volt battery in the back. We're still trying to determine the efficiency, but it appears that the MJ L21194 transistor is more efficient. So just keep that in mind if you decide to build one of these things. It is open source on Michelle's bench, which is Michelle's YouTube channel. But I am working on trying to get some of these out to you guys on the team and stock them up on the Coil Kits Lab Shop.
Very nice work.
It looks like some stuff that you stare at and then you become hypnotized. And...
It's very relaxing. To be honest, this light, it just has a natural oscillation where the string of lights, LEDs inside, just blink on and off, and I don't know, it mimics a candle kind of, so I like it.
Yeah, that's cool. I'm just wondering, hey Mike, if you use the resonance to blow up a building, but but if you use the resonance level, but with less amplitude, you're still gonna feel it, obviously. Yep. But that's probably that's probably therapeutic as well, because I know they're able to kill cancer with sound waves.
Yep.
And stuff like that.
Yep. Well,
So
that's what they're using on my shoulder right now to break up the calcium that's in my shoulder.
Is it radio frequency?
Oh, wow.
Called radio frequency. Yeah.
Ultrasonic. Yep.
Radio
Ultrasonic,
frequency ablation or something like that.
Well, it just you put a high frequency into it, it starts breaking up, just kind of like the graphene.
Yeah, they're also trying to utilize that kind of ultrasonic technology to break up the gunk that causes dementia inside the brain, which is very cool. Could imagine you not being 100% better, but imagine going out of like one session and being significantly more clear-minded if you're suffering from that ailment. That would be potentially like revolutionary in that realm.
Or like kidney stones,
Yeah,
like,
that too. Those are very painful.
Yeah. It's just cool. Like, yeah, it has a lot of benefits. A lot.
So, Mike, real quick, because I did measure the the DC current and the voltage on the lumen lamp to try to get a gauge of the efficiency, and just based on those readings, and Michelle said I have to hook up a 1 ohm resistor just to get the full power, but just based on those readings, it was reading like basically it was maintaining the voltage. It was only a very, very slight loss in voltage, like a 0.01 millivolt or something.
Yeah.
And so basically the voltage was being maintained, but the current was 280 going in and 260 milliamps coming out, which is really interesting. Yeah. So if we go just based on that, that's around 93% efficient.
Yeah, quarter of an amp.
Yeah. So it's I don't know if that's the full like official efficiency, but we're gonna do the 1 ohm resistor test and see if we get some similar results. But I don't know. I have a feeling that this thing is a little bit more efficient with the light bulb that I've attached. So it's just a gut feeling.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, just try what I told you earlier with the capacitor and the full wave bridge.
Yeah, we're gonna do that with the lumen lamp. Hopefully, because the lumen lamp is using the same circuit, but it's using a different coil. So maybe we might be able to get a little bit better results with this.
Yeah, when you're working with this high frequency stuff, you have to set the waveform in a way in your configuration in order to get a real good reading on it, because it's very, very hard when you start dabbling with the stuff we're dabbling with.
Yeah, I've noticed that getting a full picture of the power factor of these systems is not straightforward by any means.
No.
And you definitely can't use regular equipment, and most of the digital stuff, you'll lose the type of energy that you're trying to measure in it and all sorts of things, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Can you see my screen?
My
Let's
bad,
try,
we double
dude.
clicked. Sorry, we double clicked again.
Oh, there we go.
There you go.
What happened?
It's on.
It's up now. We see it.
Oh yeah. Okay, I just stopped hearing noise. I was wondering, did I get cut off or something? So you want, yeah, you guys want to see something cool?
Yeah, dude. Yeah. Yeah. Bill, you're amazing.
Look at that. The station extreme light. It can create 100 petawatts power of laser.
Petawatts. How big is that?
Petawatt.
Petawatts.
That sounds big.
Is that 10 to the 20 something, 23?
Yeah, 10 to 15 actually. It's
Oh my
100
God.
petawatts, so it's 10 to 1 times 10 to the 17 watts actually. Watts. It's crazy, man. They're able to create that type of laser these days, and they say that it's able
like
to
burn through space time, no? Like that's crazy strong.
I know, it says it's able to cut through time, space time.
Oh my God. It's going to rip a hole through our...
Yeah, I did that was from this week, because this week I did some research on how to produce the way to produce the strongest electric field, and I just figured, well, if we use a powerful laser and we create pair production from that with 100% efficiency, then we could create an extremely strong electric field. But turns out we don't need that much power to create a force field, so that's why I was looking at that much power. But it's pretty amazing where we're at right now. Actually, it's from China, but we gotta do something better, man. Hopefully Canada will come up with a better laser, 1,000 petawatts. How about that, Mike and Bernie?
Anything Canada does that's remotely like best of the world, America instantly shuts down. AKA the Arrow program, AKA BlackBerry, and I think that's all we ever did.
What about the Maple Leaf generator? I'm kidding.
Maple syrup generator.
Good thing they haven't taken our maple syrup over yet. It's still hard.
Yeah.
Generator.
They don't know the secret yet. That's why.
You know, because you said it now. If Trump is listening, you better watch out. Like, he might.
It's the fuel to start your day. It makes a sweet day out of your pancakes and waffles, right? It's the fuel of the future.
Nah, man, you guys keep talking about food. All right, I'm hungry now. I need to.
I know I'm eating,
right?
Mike keeps eating too. He's been eating from the start.
Almost. Not quite, but
teasing us, Mike. I'm just gonna go grab one thing, and then I'll be back in a couple of minutes and do a quick presentation before it ends, I guess.
Nice. I'm gonna go grab some poutine fries.
Yeah, me too.
That sounds good. Yeah.
We're gonna eat a bunch of what's his name? Poutine from Russia.
A poutine train. It comes with gravy and curds, right?
Yeah. That's funny. Yeah.
I have a question. NASA keeps on measuring to see the planets in other solar systems as the Goldilocks, planets.
Mm-hmm.
But they, like all these documentaries, but they're missing one key aspect. They're measuring for atmosphere, they're measuring for water, but they're not measuring for salinity. If there's no salinity in the water, I don't care if the planet is in a habitable zone, it's still, we cannot as human beings live on it. The water has to be salty for life to, you know, for humans to survive. If the water, the mass body of water is not salty, we won't, like, until they don't tell people that. They're like, oh, we found Kepler so and so number and this and that. But dude, if there's no salt in the water,
there could be, a billion planets out there. And if it's just missing that one element that could throw the whole part of the ecosystem off, that would prevent that planet from having life.
Like exactly. Yeah, like it could have oxygen, it could have an atmosphere, but if that water is not like our water, then like it's
you know what? It's one of those mysteries that we don't know until we actually get to the place that has something similar to what we have going on here. I don't think we're just a fluke, right? I don't believe in that.
No.
I think there's something else to it. I heard some other fascinating stuff about the moon, where the guy made a pretty good argument. He's talking about our moon, okay? When our moon goes around our planet, it doesn't spin, it's fixed.
Yeah, it's tidally locked.
All the other moons in the solar system don't do this. All the moons of Jupiter and Saturn, they rotate around the body, the large body. Yeah. The other thing is, and this is the big one of all, our moon is perfectly round. If you look at some of the moons of Saturn and Jupiter, they're not even close to being perfectly round. Why is it that our moon is the only one in our solar system that is perfectly round?
Well, don't they say it's a mechanical installation put on here as an observation base for some, intelligent life?
Well, the theory he's saying is our moon was not here at the beginning of time. Our moon was brought here.
Brought, or was it stolen by gravity?
No, it was brought here.
Brought. Oh, wow. Okay.
So, and then they started talking about the density of the moon. It turns out David Adair, he's an engineer. And anybody who knows all the David Adair, he's very, very smart guy. And he was coming up with all these points. And he says when they released some of the debris from the Saturn V rockets and it hit the moon, one of them hit the moon so hard, the moon rang like a bell for 3 days.
Wow.
It echoed.
That's hollow. That's what that means.
The moon is hollow, or a great portion of the moon is hollow.
Makes sense.
Okay. He says that moon doesn't belong here. It was brought here. Based on the information that he's got, he says that moon should not be there.
I don't know where I listened to, I'm not sure which astronaut it was, but something about that when they went up there, they were kicked off the moon, and there were other species there, and told them never to come back, and only to come back when humans are worthy.
They said they had an ominous presence and they were being watched.
Know why they were pissed off?
Why?
And David Adair talked about this. He goes, know why they were pissed off? Because they're littering the moon. They're leaving all their space junk there.
I'd be pissed off too.
Right. If you had somebody come, uninvited guest, come over to your house and dump bags of shit on the floor and leave a whole bunch of garbage and then bugger off 2 weeks later, you'd be pretty pissed too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've heard all of that and fully agree with everything you said regarding the moon.
I mean, just look at the trash we have circulating the Earth. They don't want that shit anywhere near them.
Yep.
Yeah.
Go ahead. You were going to say something?
I was gonna say, like, the other day I was thinking about it, the word alien, and then I made a connection to an Arabic word for it, and it means the same thing. So I wondered, like, alien in Arabic, aliyun, aliyun, aliyun means the high above ones.
Right.
Yeah, and
Oh, really?
yep.
Etymology is very important. That might be an important connection, Lulu.
Yeah, and another one, Babel. Bab means door, the tower of doors. And if you look at the depiction of the Tower of Babel, it's all little arcs, like little doors, little doors. So that was another, connection I made.
Wow,
Yeah.
I've never heard that. That's
Neither have I.
awesome.
Yeah, that's really
so,
cool.
Just I thought I'll let you guys know, but the word Bab means door. Babel, Tower of Babel, and how it looks, it's all doors. It's a spiral doors, So, yeah, it made like perfect sense of the naming.
I'm just gonna scoot out for a quick smoke. I'll be right back. We'll do a little bit of overtime tonight. That's okay with me.
Sounds good, brother. I'm just getting a couple pictures ready.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
I ate before the show.
Yeah, me too. But what can you do?
Right, well, it's Ramadan, so it's like as soon as the sun sets. But I guess, were you saying you don't practice or do you practice?
I do not. My parents do. I do not.
Right, so I work for like a Lebanese family now in my construction job, and I've learned that Ramadan is, yes, a holy month, but it is also a month filled with hangry Arabs by the end of the day.
I don't talk to my family during the day out of fear. Very true.
Right? Like it's just like up in the morning is good, and then it's like after lunch you just get the death stares because it's like we went out for lunch and they're left hungry, can't even drink water and stuff, and then it's like from that point they're very irritable, very, very irritable. But so would I, it's like you're fasting, so I get it.
They say, like, last night was the night of destiny. Like, your destiny for the whole year is determined by like whatever last night was. Like some kind of, it has to do with the lunar cycle, and
Interesting.
supposedly, like, it writes your whole year's destiny. So, hopefully we all had very good thoughts yesterday.
Right? That's
Yeah.
fascinating too. And it's like, well, I worked hard yesterday at work and then I literally got home and slept and passed out. So I guess whatever my dreams were, or working and sleeping, is my year ahead.
Maybe you worked and it's going to pay off this year too. So, I don't know. Think
Right?
positively.
Exactly. Project the positivity. Jordan, I have not. I just made you a mod in my live chat. If you can post the link to that, I would love to see it. It's interesting. It's on Reddit. Found it on Reddit, he says. More orbs videos. Lulu's got some orbs videos. We got to do an episode just on your orbs one day, Lulu.
I really, really need, like, help gathering all my devices. I probably have like maybe 10 cell phones throughout the years, like old ones, but they're all filled with fascinating things. Because I never trade in my phone. I keep it because, I don't want them to have what I have on there. It's mine. So I just start up a new phone, but I keep the old one with the information in it. So, yeah.
Right? Oh, I feel that. I've got so many too, and I've slowly started figuring them out and like uploading some of the videos and pictures
Yeah,
to them.
I have to put them all like in one, mega memory bank, and then that way I have easier access to them instead of guessing which phone it's on.
right? Like it's like uploading them to a external hard drive and then organizing them into different
Yes.
folders for presenting each topics. And
Yeah.
that's what I've kind of started to do and put together a few presentations of.
Man,
And
but
here's
that
one
thing
of
looks
them.
so gross. That thing looks so gross. Like, like I don't, like,
Right?
is it?
But
It almost looks like a creature in there. You know?
oh, it's alive. It's a
Blob.
double. It's a double galaxy in a jar, and it's like this is titanium white monoatomics above, and then it's like the reddish orange copper hydroxides as the two counter spinning galaxies below, and there's this aluminum copper electrode that's not plugged into anything, but I just had it in the Ormus, and it separates and creates the two galaxies as you see there. And before I filmed that one I had put more Ormus or the monoatomic stuff into, which disturbed the bottom, which created the dual spirals, and then this one
Look
was
at that.
filmed right before that.
That's pretty.
And this
Yeah, that's neat. It's clearly got
Yeah.
two counter-rotating spirals.
two counter rotating exactly. So this one I had
Wow.
put just a little bit more water in, and it's the water went all the way down, but the Ormus at the bottom didn't spin. It was just the white titanium monoatomics that did the counter rotating dual spiral or galactic spirals on this one.
So what
And
is
you
that?
can see the path. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Lulu.
No, so I'm sorry. Go ahead, man.
I was just gonna say, in between the spirals, you can see the path where it's going straight.
Right? Yeah, exactly. Literally, you can see the path where they go straight in the middle. Right there, right? It's
So what is that? Nucleus.
So,
and
sorry,
then-
I missed the
what is
part. How do you make them spin?
so I just added a little bit more extra water into the jar, and just the water creates the imbalance that then creates the self-organization spirals.
Oh,
You
yeah.
can see that there's like this metal electrode there that and there's two. So this is the is it loading? Oh, I guess that's the second one. Did load? Yes. All right, yeah. So this one's a little bit. This video is a little bit longer than the first one I just played. It was like a minute afterwards, after that first one that you saw, and you can still see them spinning, counter rotating.
Oh my!
As they move further down.
That's cool.
Do they turn from something to something else?
It's like just the entropy of the new water that's put in, or new solution, the new charge. It's the charge of the water that creates this imbalance, and then the spiraling self-organization aspect.
So you've heard us.
You're gonna have a black hole in your jar, dude.
Yeah, you've heard a star in a
Right,
jar.
exactly.
He's creating a galaxy in a glass.
A jar, right?
Yeah,
No,
a
it's
jar.
a jar. This is a jar. This is from above. So it's like, yeah, I've got the galaxies in the jar. So
Interesting.
This I had added a little bit more water. It's of GANs, or the Ormus stuff, that then went to the bottom and stirred up this dual counter-rotating spirals. This was taken probably like an hour after the first two, and then
Well, you can
this
see how they're formed. You can see in real time how the galaxies are formed using that motion. So cool.
Oh, absolutely, right? It's
Imagine if
micro to
little
macro.
creatures in there, and then all of a sudden they think we're the gods.
Right, just like the Futurama episode with Edward's like case and stuff.
Like,
For
you know,
sure.
hello there, hello little people.
Bernie's the god.
You live in there.
Where's the planet Klingon?
Somewhere around this aluminum. I'm not going to say because it's a child's or a family-friendly show. So here's the final video, and this one was taken maybe a day or so later, and you can see that I removed that aluminum copper electrode that was in the middle, and now instead when I added water, it only formed one spiraling galactic action in there.
That's
and
pretty.
It's much larger, right? It's almost taking up about 2/3 of the jar. But when it goes to the beginning again, I'm going to pause it and point out a specific anomalies of extreme surface tension, but not just surface tension. So these are bubbles right here, and they're actually a few inches below the top of the water, and that they're held electrically, I guess, charged, suspended in place. And that despite the fact that I had added additional water into the jar, those bubbles remained in this suspended, I guess, electrobuoyant or electrogravitic suspension within, and much below the surface. So it's not even surface tension that can be claimed that's preventing the bubbles from breaking and going up. They're literally being held at the same depth that this spiral is further over in the reaction. And it's like you can see that there's some that comes around and then joins into the spiral, and that on the surface itself, that it's also moving the particles that are floating above the water, even though there's an exclusion zone of several inches between where the spiral is happening. The monatomic ormus, and then clear water for a couple inches before you get to the surface of the water of the jar, and that it's still mimicking or having that same motion. And the biggest aspect of it is that it's all electric charge and entropy that causes and drives these motions, as opposed to these eddy currents from heat distribution or whatever. It's actually electric charge that dictates the motion and their position.
It reminds me of the Nirvana song "Sappy." You know, they whatever is inside your galaxy, they live in a jar and they think they're happy.
Right?
Sorry, I was just getting poetic here.
No, I like it. It's good. And then I'll just finish off with one more video. This was from about 10 years ago, and this is, I had made some silver bismuth monoatomic combination in the base, and then after using up all the bismuth, then I added an additional silver piece, so then it's also silver and silver monoatomic, so the mixture of the two. And you can see at the very bottom there's like this giant galactic flow, and then the galaxies in a couple areas, and then you can see above where the galaxy flows of motion of some of the armus is, that there's also clouds moving in opposite directions and specific straight directions, and over top of each other. Like there's several layers of specific motion and direction, but that they're not interfering with one another. They position themselves by charge once again.
Nice.
And then also, I believe you can see on that a couple times I pick up or I, with my finger, move that floating lid cap, bottle cap that is metal, and that it's also it's directly in the center, and it keeps being drawn back specifically to that spot.
Cool.
Quite fascinating. That is like the magnetic center of it.
It's like the Lorentz force, you know.
Well, you can see the magnetic lines of force.
Right? Yeah, like in the actual spiraling motion of the ormus below.
So what's up with the yeah, I'm gonna share my screen one sec. The lines of force, it's an extension of the quantized. Sorry, one sec here.
Sorry, Mike. It was like we click at the same time to start, then we both did click for a minute, and then like click again at the same time. It was funny.
Yeah. That's the representation of the quanta here, and at a greater scale is going to create some sort of lines of force if you extend it. I'm just trying to link the lines of force with the quanta or the discrete curves. But anyway, I guess I'm talking to myself. I just don't understand myself here. Yeah, I'm trying to understand the lines of force. You know, because it's like a quanta. You know, you have a plateau of force, and then after a certain distance, you have another plateau of force. Then you have another plateau. It's just like the quantum forces. You know what I mean? But it's
Yeah, I do.
just at
And
the micro scale.
Exactly. That's exactly what it is, and it's the charge separation, and that you're bang on how it forms and the distance, and then it drops off, and then you got the inverse going the next way, and then these little neutrals, and that it didn't really have pictures or examples ready to show or that we're demonstrating in those videos, but I've got a lot of times in between those counter rotating charge separations, you'll have a what is it, like I forget the exact term, but is a line of force that is perpendicular to the other two directions, and it will capture and hold all of the matter. It'll come to me. It's like a plasma field or something like that. I'll have to look back. It was in the plasma crystal video that I did in stream that I did that Biolumin channel read off a whole bunch of definitions, but specifically it's this like force field of energy between the two charge differences, and that creates this field of force.
Bernie, did you see that video I showed earlier about the pyramids?
I have not yet. I would love to.
I'm gonna show it again because this will really spark a really good conversation. So I'm gonna show.
Yeah, I forgot to show something also after I'll show it.
Okay.
I actually, guys, I gotta work in the morning, so I'm gonna take off. But I appreciate everything.
Just take a coffee, man.
Much love.
Yeah, I appreciate everything, guys.
Just bear with me here for a second. I'm going to pull the channel up again. Just give me a minute here.
Just wanted to thank the chat real quick before I leave. Thank you, chat. You guys have been awesome.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. Okay, here it is. All right, got it. Screen. Okay, check this out, Bernie.
Corrado Malanga from the University of Pisa and Filippo Biondi, involved in radar and remote sensing research with the University of Strathclyde, published peer-reviewed research in 2022 via MDPI entitled Synthetic Aperture.
Alright guys, to continue the League of Extraordinary Inventors, you can visit the link in the chat I have sent you for Mike's channel. I have to get to work tomorrow morning, so I have to go to bed. It is past the Benefactor's bedtime. So I want to say thank you to Elijah and to Paul. You guys are awesome. I really enjoyed showcasing your projects today. Thank you to everyone in chat. Thank you, Turbo Splice. I forgot to mention that earlier. I did see your super chat just now, and I missed it. I unfortunately missed it. So I appreciate the super chats today from the Dead End channel as well. You guys have been really amazing, and I'll catch you next time.
The